Okay, yeah, I see. I see. Yeah, I see the pictures now. Okay, so uh, yeah, welcome to Neo Stadium in Nairobi, the capital of Kenya. Delighted to welcome viewers from all around the world, but particularly to Hong Kong and Samoa, who are first two teams in what is a full ticket of under 20s trophy action. Match day 2 promises to deliver more drama, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. How are you with that, Gabriella? Okay, thank you. Bye.
No rest between. A bit quicker. 5 seconds. Go. Let's go back. 32. Tap and go. Be quicker. Go quicker. Back to dry line. Second set. No rest. Again. Go boys. Let's go boys. Good job, boys. 20 seconds of rest. 20 seconds. Deep breath. On 5 minutes, guys. Now accel, descel, accel. Stop. Walk back twice. Ready. Go. Nice. Walk back. Ready. Go. Up to 10 meters, 80%. Make sure you have fully start, high knees, 80% up to me, 10 meters. Let's go. Yes, guys, now the way back, just swing. 2 swings each side, 2 swings each side. Guys, the full gas sprint on 5 meters. When you feel ready, just go on 5. Full gas. Yes, boys. One last one. Almost It's yours. Okay, phone's flat.
Good morning from the Neo National Stadium in Kenya's capital of Nairobi for match day 2 of the World Rugby Under-20 Trophy. It is game 1 and it is Manu Samoa against Hong Kong, China, with both sides striding out ready to stand to their anthems. Here are your match day 23s. For Samoa, a much changed side was announced earlier this week by head coach Rudolph Moores, with 8 changes and 4 positional switches. However, further change has been forced upon Manu Samoa with a late injury withdrawal to open side Malasina Lautala, prompting Tangilima Ripine's promotion to the starting lineup, meaning the Brisbane-based Carlos Lankilda is set for an under-20s debut, newly installed among the replacements. There's their captain. And amongst the flux, there does remain, though, a try-scoring core, with Paul Slater and William Hunt positioned on the wings again and looking to add to the 3 tries they bagged between them on Saturday versus Kenya. For Hong Kong, China, well, Logan Asplin, it's 6 changes, with Joe Denmark and Adam Baber having impressed sufficiently from the bench versus Spain to earn starting berths. Whilst Billy Rigby comes in at tight head, with new second row pairing Kieran Delaney and Glenn Huey behind him, and Fritz Mann's arrival at 6 sees the impressive captain Tyler McNutt switch to number 8.
Please remain upstanding for the national anthem of Hong Kong, China, the Republic of China, the March of the Volunteers.
So the anthem's well observed and enjoyed by the support here in the Neo National Stadium. Hong Kong, China have brought some travelling fans with them, and Manu Samoa always well supported. We're about to enjoy their pre-match ritual, which always stokes the fires of passion for not just the supporters, but chiefly the players, led today by John Samuelu, wearing the number 8 jersey, having played second row in the opening match. A great togetherness. Manu Sivatao faced by the Hong Kong China players, one of the great sights of World Rugby, the great personalities of our game. And with the ceremony conducted, it is time to turn our attention to the match itself. With Ricardo Santos of Brazil in the middle. Today's quite a rich under-20 trophy history, having been involved in 2017 and 2019. And
Ciao for your captain, and now after
you know Samoa well, having been assistant to their win over Kenya, 34-25 on Saturday.
Perfect.
Samoa were pushed all the way by the host Kenya in front of a vibrant crowd. Whilst for Hong Kong China, he came up against the tough opposition that was Spain.
Ready to play?
Failed to score a point in their 53-0 loss, but
John,
talk from the camp is they were happy with the way they went about their business, and they're looking forward to taking on the might of Manu Samoa. Match day 2 of the 2023 World Rugby Under-20 Trophy underway with Hong Kong China finding the sweet spot of the ball a little too sweetly. Jules Bouron sending it out on the full.
We can come to here.
So first sighting of the scrum, and it's an area that Samoa really felt they'd be dominant in against Kenya, but it was an even tussle with
just remember
both sides enjoying ascendancy. But this is going to be a huge test for Hong Kong China, a very young group, and one by its own admission struggled a little bit with the physicality at times on Saturday against Spain. Bless Parise Elliott has the ball in and out in a flash. Boot to ball for the first time from Afa Moleli.
Backwards!
Just a fumble, but going backwards. So Hong Kong China attacking from their 22, carrying through the forwards.
Always inside. Hold red.
And a nice clean exit from the pressure put in from the Moleli kick. Jules Bouron there, studying at Loughborough University. He's got a big left boot on him, one that's been honed in the university leagues in England. line out. Works very nicely indeed for Samoa, who look to build a drive. Initially halted before the breakaway. On the doorstep of the 22, Mulele goes to the crossfield, looking for his winger. Just about handled by Dylan McCann. Joe Denmark in and sealing off the ball. Good danger with William Hunt lurking on that left wing. 2 tries for the former 100-meter sprinter on Saturday, and he's almost in for the opener. Not for desperate defence from McCann and Jude Harding. Distinctive by the colourful head guard, but unmissable for his pace as well.
Same
Hong Kong,
time.
China. Not sure
Release.
the pass was intended there for Kieran Delaney, but he does well, carries forward.
Hold red. Hold.
Hong Kong, China clear the decks, but only as far as Hunt, who links up with Mulele, spots some space in
Hold.
behind the on-rushing
Knock on by
defence, and knock-on in collection.
We have a knock on by red, and after blue.
Mayhem in there from the kick,
Force. Screw on by blue.
but still Manu Samoa pressing in Hong Kong, China half.
No, what's fine. When you put inside, make sure decide he's a
This
receiver or
young
not.
Hong Kong, China side, 5 18-year-olds, 1 17-year-old in the shape of Fritz Mahn, wearing 6.
5, 8, 8.
Out there today, he's on the other side of the scrum. Bless Parise Elliott again putting it in. His first time starting for Manu Samoa under 20s. William Hunt, so eager to get him on the ball, but he leaves that behind.
So knock on by blue.
So a chance now for a Hong Kong China put-in to see how they fare on their ball. Joe Denmark, brother of Max, who's lit up the International 7 stage for Hong Kong China
Guys, we are
for
so
many
close.
a year.
Respect the space. Yeah.
Logan Asplin was really impressed with his contribution off the bench against Spain. Makes good defensive reads, and on that occasion, his defensive pressure forcing the error from Hunt.
Cross. Bind. Set. Hold. Guys, a lot of movements. That's right. Keep it playing straight in YouTube. That's right. Again. Captain, don't do the movement. Just every time inside. Ground. Bind. Set.
Second attempt, and just managed to win that hit coming from the touchline, and Hong Kong China hold firm. This is promising as Buron goes to the Nairobi skies. Really well weighted kick, and it's enough pressure for Hong Kong China to come away with possession. That's Adam Baber starting today, having impressed off the bench. Baber adding a bit of extra zip from the breakdown. Off goes Josh Eustace onto the toe, but runs out of pitch.
Yeah.
Promising play from Hong Kong China on their first real attempt to flash the ball through the hands.
That's right. Just okay. Do I have a number? Okay. Numbers.
Maulu Mapasa right there, who's late addition to the squad because of an injured player in Australia. Samoa heading down under for some warm-up matches against New South Wales under-20s.
Release first.
Which they won handsomely, by the way. At the moment, it's Hong Kong, China, through Jude Harding. Bringing a bit of physicality.
Line, please.
A bit of mongrel, as Logan Asplin would say. A great opportunity. The line out was a source of frustration for Hong Kong, China at the weekend, but that's neat and it's smooth and it's well formed as the red jerseys roll around the corner. Jude Harding hiding in between the massive bodies.
We have a knock on by red inside the in-goal area. It's grab and go.
Knocked on
Knock on inside.
in the act
Drop kick.
of scoring
Guys,
so
just behind the
close.
kicker.
Hong Kong, China. Harding at the back there with the two on his back.
Guys,
Broke
just the
up
top.
and it was well
Top run,
disguised
right?
and right there. Just as he began to dive for the line. Cross forward. And a golden opportunity. Missed by Hong Kong, China. They had their chances against Spain. Dave Bennett held up. DK Yamachi almost scoring in the second half. But this is a man you don't want to give too much freedom to. Afa Moleli linking up with his support before the red jersey swore. Fast recycle. Moleli spots some room. He's got some pace around him. Off go. Manu Samoa. The opening score
Taylor.
to Mauluma Pasa.
You have advantage
After
there.
vision from Moleli.
The ruck. And after,
It was quick fire.
After, you're number 7. Tackle the
Fact.
player without the ball after the kick.
Too quick
Yeah, you're number
for
7.
Hong Kong,
Quick
China.
chat with him.
And Manu Samoa first on the board. Beautifully weighted kick. Joe Denmark had an awful
The 7.
lot to do.
I give that information to the captain.
Mauluma
From the
Pasa
number 7.
and William
Yeah.
Hunt breathing down his neck. And eventually, it was Pasa first to the bounce. And a chance for his creator to add a conversion.
C2, long C2. Long C2.
No extras to add. But the Pasa try certainly added to the scoreboard, and a harsh lesson for Hong Kong, China. Moments ago, looking like they were the ones to be scoring first.
Backwards,
Now
backwards.
finding themselves trailing 5 points to 0 after 10 minutes.
Outside. Put in. Hold wide. Perfect.
Lely fires the right foot cannon. Captain Tyler McNutt ships the ball on before absorbing the contact. That's a well-timed shot on Josh Eustace. On the more physical wingers that Hong Kong, China possess in their ranks. More than meeting his match on that occasion before. A little too much Samoan exuberance. Gives Hong Kong, China some penalty respite.
John, just information, number 6, the 2 penalties from their team come from the number 6. Talk with your hand, that's right?
Bit of dialogue there between the referee and John
Good.
Samuelu. He just joined this Manu Samoan outfit. He's
Boom!
playing for Moana Pacifica under-20s, living in New Zealand, but the impact on his group has been so immediate that he was handed the captaincy after only a couple of weeks with the group. They'll need to steal his team's defensive mindedness now, because here come Hong Kong China, the captain in there, being dragged along.
Release now, Blue.
Baber drives the tempo further. Few fractures opening up in the blue defensive wall. Hands from Hong Kong. Denmark in the corner.
Hold on. Red. Blue. My question is, we have a line out here. Line out for you.
I'm happy with touch.
Your
I'm happy.
touch for you. No touch
Yeah.
there. We have
I
a
didn't see
knock
the
on.
grounding.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's a knock on by red inside the in-go. Then no try and drop in go. Perfect. No try. Knock on
Close
inside in-go.
as could be
Drop kick.
from Joe Denmark. And there, the assistant happy with the touch. Let's look at the grounding. This will give us a better angle.
Do I have a ball?
Fabulous decision from the referee. Just lost in the contact. So close again
10.
for Hong Kong China. On this occasion, Joe Denmark. Once again, not their chances yet to take tastes a couple of Samoan shoulders. Samoa trying their best to be as big a nuisance
Backwards.
as they can, with inaccuracy on the hands, but well swept up. Feeling by Ollie Kyle. All over the top, Eustace into the game again. Eustace charging over blue jerseys into the 22. Into the tip, but it was a nice dummy in the end. And
No, Blue, release.
he's there to lend his support.
Number.
Getting the back line moving. Nice hands and out the tackle from Trekell. McNutt. Still. McNutt. This is good for China, but the Samoan defence watchful at the moment. Trekell inside ball, and there's the finish from Dylan McCann. The Northern Suburbs man gets Hong Kong China on the board, not just in this game, but for their under-20 trophy campaign. And you can't deny they more than deserved it. Well, it was unintentional, but Kieran Delaney has run an astute blocking line there to impede the Samoan defence. A TMO in the under-20 trophy, so the try will certainly stand.
Yeah. Give the information from the guys, please. Yeah. Use that moment to talk with the ball.
Try scorer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Try and kick his team to the lead now. It remains 5 apiece. Hong Kong, China take this restart with a bit of wind in their sails. You just see there the Manu Samoan players pointing at the obstruction from Delaney. It's all about the celebrations from the boys in red.
Yeah, yeah, we can move. No problems. Just behind the line is perfect. That's right. Yeah.
So we've got a game on our hands here between two sides with a pretty rich under-20 trophy history. That's a cardinal sin to allow the kickoff to bounce, and Manu Samoa the quickest to pounce, but they're latched upon by the fine breakdown work of Denmark.
No, it's here. It's here. Yeah. No, it's here.
Samoa, two-time champions of the under-20 trophy. They featured in 3, they've been to 3 finals. They've won 2. On China, featuring for a record 7th consecutive occasion. And this is only the 2nd time these sides are ever meeting. Look at that. Look at the hands from Hong Kong, China, unleashing Josh Eustace once again. And into the 22, the red jerseys ball.
Tackle! Offside.
Really beginning to get into their groove.
No advantage. Number
Knock
8.
comes.
Offside.
John Samuelu was too eager to get off the line, so offside. Decision here for Hong Kong, China.
Yep.
Looking
Number
really
8.
good with the ball
Offside.
in hand. You'd
False.
venture this may go to the corner, but instead, T duties to Dylan McCann. Who look to hand Hong Kong, China the lead for the first time in either of their games here in Nairobi. Easy as you like from the Hong Kong China man based in Australia.
John, make sure when they have a line break.
Been celebrated by his coach for great footballing ability. He showed that in this opening quarter. A try and a penalty. Hong Kong China lead Manu Samoa 8 points to 5.
Tyler.
Momentum firmly with Hong Kong China. Afa Moleli
Scrum.
going comfortably long beyond the touchline. So a midfield scrum
Guys,
it'll be.
he is better. Careful, please.
The team in red, I know, will be well supported back in Hong Kong, China. Just past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just past 8 p.m. in Samoa. So a good afternoon and a good evening to all the supporters tuning in for what is, thus far, an enthralling contest. Manu Samoa put the shove on. Hong Kong China do well to have the ball out and get the blue jersey spun around. But Ollie Pyle, the Loughborough University man, on this occasion, just misjudging his kick.
Hold here.
Hong Kong China, having toiled at the line out against Spain, are the ones who are profiting against Manu Samoa's set piece now, and they're under real pressure here, not too far from their line. Red jerseys everywhere, but they've done incredibly well to escape the clutches
tackler. Yeah. 14.
And while the jackal looked good from Marco Conti, the tackler hadn't rolled away. Those aren't just breaths to suck in the oxygen. Those are probably sighs of relief as well. Manu Samoa under some real pressure from Hong Kong China at the moment. Jules Bouron there. He's got a key partnership with Ollie Pyle in that 2012 Axis for Hong Kong China.
Not straight.
And again, the line out malfunctioning
Decision.
for Samoa. Alex Louis
Line out? Yeah, we can play line out.
on his first start, having come
Line out,
from the
guys.
bench last week.
Task. Just use the same marks. It's perfect. Yeah.
Just struggling to find his
Blue, blue.
range.
Step in. Step in. Yeah. Better.
Jude Harding was certainly one of his work-ons for this week.
In.
And he's worked hard because he hasn't missed a beat so far. More nice hands in midfield from Hong Kong China. Then comes the back row. Marco Conti. But the breakdown good as Conti gets isolated. Off go Manu Samoa.
10, 10, 10.
And he is incredibly lucky
Captain, number 6. Never
to
10.
not be yellow carded there. Fritz Mahn. You can maybe attribute that decision making from Fritz Mahn down to the fact that he's 17 years old, born in 2006. So there's potential for him to play
One more.
3 more of these under 20s trophies.
Thank
His indiscretion has given Moleli an opportunity to get this line out a lot closer to the Hong Kong China try line, and a bit of deception and a shift of the ball isn't enough to outfox the Hong Kong China pack. Big turnover.
Yeah, they are 4.
McNutt climbs highest. Good hands from Bouron.
Hold.
And nothing is going right for Samoa right now. It is all about Hong Kong China, who sniffed the scents for a second. Blue jerseys
We'll have a knock on by
all
red
in the
here.
way. The retreating
Knock on by red.
Tamer Schmid is certainly getting in the way, but a knock on
Yeah.
and an opportunity
Knock
lost
on by red.
for Hong Kong China.
There you go.
It was the booming up and under from Jules Bouron. But still, these are the areas of
Crowns.
the pitch that they want to be playing
Bind.
in. Manu Samoa
Set.
searching
We go down.
for a bit of composure on the ball, a bit of time in possession.
Yeah. That side, you collapse. Try to play up. Yeah? Again. Yeah. Crowns. Bind. Set. Hold blue, hold blue.
Moleli kicks in behind Joe Denmark, and were it not for a wicked bounce, that could have been problematic for Denmark and Hong Kong China. William Hunt races past it. And Hong Kong China recycle. Again, nice shapes in that midfield. Pyle linking to Conti. Conti pinning his ears back. Seeking an offload.
Yep.
But the knock on in the attempt to pick it up at pace from Moleli means escape. It's asking for the TMO. There isn't any TMO. And I don't think there's any TMO required to tell you that that was a definite knock on.
He's the mark, guys.
But just at the moment, the decoy runners presented in the midfield
Time is off.
by Hong Kong China are proving a problem for Manu Samoa.
Gonna play? Yeah? Perfect.
Haven't quite figured out
Yeah, the time is off.
how to apply enough pressure to stop them getting into the wider channels.
Let's go. Time back on.
Presence as well of the marauding Marco Conti. He's playing his rugby
You straight.
next to university in England.
Yeah, go straight.
It's just an added element that is making things tricky defensively for Manu Samoa.
Bind. Up.
Conti will be in broad in this scrum, which we're going to reset.
Out, guys. Hold my comms. Number 8. I don't talk more with you about the swing. Just please play inside. Inside, please. There you go.
We're losing a bit of time on these scrums, but by and large,
Bind.
they've been pretty solid for both sides. Samoa with the edge.
And then other side. Yep. You too. Yep.
Billy Rigby
Okay.
looking a little uncomfortable as he picks himself off the floor. Brought in for Dave Bennett.
You two need support your
Just a
body
bit
weight.
of a rotation
Your
of the
long
tight
arms,
heads.
And you, not so extended.
This Hong Kong
Makes
China side
Again.
really is almost invitational in the way that it's formed a blend of individuals from Hong Kong China itself, but then England, Australia, New Zealand. So the way they've come together, they haven't had a huge amount of time to train and to play with each other. But Billy Rigby was one who came from Leeds Beckett Uni, came to Hong Kong for a couple of weeks before then heading on to Amsterdam, where Hong Kong China had a pre-tournament warm-up against Holland under 20s, which I know stood them in great stead. But on this occasion, they give up the penalty at the scrum. Off go Samoa, but the hands evade them. Tangilima Rapine,
Knock on my blue.
the open side, just spilling when things were beginning to open up for him.
Must support that pressure. That's right. Perfect. Hookers.
Rapine promoted to the starting lineup due to that late injury. At the moment,
Show me your shoulder open. Show me
it's
your
his
shoulder
back
and you
row.
do the same thing. Yeah.
who are coming off second best to the triumvirate of Mann, Conti and McNutt.
Ground. Bind. Set.
Hong Kong trying to just about get the ball out. Pyle goes in as first receiver for Boron. Finds another big left boot. The ball is coughed up. Here come Hong Kong China again. McCann isolated and turned over. Manu Samoa are putting themselves under pressure when the boot of Boron comes into play. But once again, with numbers, with opportunity, Hong Kong, China just unable to capitalise. There's only been one previous meeting between these two back in 2018 in Bucharest in the Under-20 trophy when it was hosted by Romania that day. It was a 41-20 victory to Manu Samoa. But it is looking a lot closer this afternoon and potentially in favour of Hong Kong, China.
Guys. Blue. Yeah. Guys. Number 10, please. Yeah, I will talk with the guys.
There's another Manu Samoa error.
Taylor. Jai, Taylor.
Means they miss out on an opportunity to launch an attack.
Something, your players, they don't need to touch the other player. Yeah. Talk with the players, yeah? Talk with your players, they don't need you to touch another player. That's right? No, it's just a knock on here by blue, then it's scrum to red. That's right? Here. No, because you have the ball. You have the ball. Here's the mark.
Right this moment, all the positive energy is with Hong Kong, China. You can see in their demeanour and the way they're celebrating the small victories on the pitch. That knock on from Moleli.
Set.
The scrum is beginning to creak. But on this occasion, the reason it creaks
You're number 1. Not straight. You're number 1.
is because Lua Pritchard is not driving straight. Right in front of the referee there.
Number 1, straight.
Hong Kong, China will be happy with that outcome. You can see the
Time
shape
off.
of Pritchard there immediately from the get-go. Glenn Huey, there's a bit of collateral damage in there.
Can you play?
Brought into the side today for a bit of bulk,
What, guys? Yeah. Time
bit
back
of aggression. Boron misses his touch and comes up with his first error of the half.
Hold blue, hold here.
His opposite man doesn't miss though, so right back to where we started. Hong Kong China ball just inside their own half. And Afa Moleli barking instructions and looking to try and get a response from his team. Manu Samoa have got high hopes for that man, but at the moment it's rear guard action for him. Boron goes high once again, just about reeled in by the try scorer Passa. But Passa, isolated, gets himself turned over, and again you see that surge of energy from the Hong Kong China players. It was a brilliant tackle from Trekeld before Conti just latched on and couldn't be shaken.
When you have some penalties, your player, they are screaming for another. Yeah, the another one, I will change the penalty. Yeah, talk with our guys.
Well, a modest touch from Boron. But another chance, nevertheless, for Hong Kong China. Can they end this half with another score? They form the driving maul. Jude Harding in command at the back.
Same ball, same ball.
The red jerseys continue to propel Jude Harding forward, nestled in safely at the back. brought down just shy of the line.
The ball is held up here, but we come back. We have a 2 minutes. Number 2. Hold on. No, guys. Guys. Yeah. Time is off. Captain and number 2, please.
Well, a couple of penalty infringements on that drive mean that Hong Kong, China will get the penalty. The retribution may be steeper for Manu Samoa.
Captain, they have a good maul. They almost enter. We are in that case, and he collapsed the maul. Yeah. It's a cynical and it's a yellow card for number 2.
So Alex Louis is sent to the sin bin for 10 minutes. And discipline was one of the big features of this Manu Samoa training week.
Time back on.
4 yellow cards against Kenya. The management
just someone here
described it as unacceptable. They've really drilled in to their men the importance of staying disciplined, but on this occasion it's all because of the pressure of Hong Kong, China.
John, decision. Scrum.
But that pressure swings both ways. The throw of Jude Harding, not deemed to be straight, and a gilt-edged opportunity for Hong Kong, China to extend their lead against 14 men. Goes begging.
We need a sub for the hooker. Number 2 is off. Yeah. Yeah, he can come. And who needs to go off?
So reorganisation required here as Samoa has called for the scrum. But of course, Alex Louis is off the field with that yellow card. So
yeah, 5 blue.
Pesaleli Fainga,
5 blue.
who's a member of the Oceania Trophy winning team, comes on wearing 16.
14, perfect. Yeah, 14's off.
And William Hunt
it's a yellow. Guys, just
is
use
sacrificed
the 15.
temporarily.
There you go.
He's not very happy about it.
Time back on. Grounds. Bind.
Let's go, Hong Kong! Win!
Set. Hold.
Last remaining minutes
Hold, seven,
of
seven.
this first half. Mulally spots space. But it's snuffed out. Hong Kong, China. Another chance to roll the attacking dice before the half ends. McNutt carries well. This time, Sam Martin brings the game to Samoa.
It's a good turnover. We have the ball here. Just step back. Red, step back.
Turned over.
Step back, Red. Unplayable.
Look at that work ethic from Tyler McNutt coming in with the hit on Wally Talvesi.
Yeah.
Looking to cause disruption in the counter.
Scrum by blue.
Manu Samoa have the scrum. Manu Samoa, undoubtedly
Stability.
one of the
Makes sense?
favourites
Stability.
for this trophy, are having their mettle well and truly tested. A lot of changes, some injury driven, some rotation driven. At the moment, it is
Ground.
this young side from Hong Kong, China,
Bind.
who are besting them
Set. Hold.
in nearly every department, apart from the scrum.
Take it in. Hold.
Mulally almost executes a 50-22. He's looking.
Before or after? They play inside? Yeah, it's for blue. Thank you so much. Perfect.
Well, there are high hopes for this man. He's being
Blue.
monitored
Don't quickly show. Hold on. Yeah.
with the Rugby World Cup in mind, and he has actually plucked a beauty from his kicking repertoire. The 50-22.
Perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
Samoa
Okay,
take
left.
it,
Just lay
albeit
the ball,
not very
we'll have the ball
cleanly.
here, you can play. Yeah.
Hong Kong China
100%
jerseys
step back,
pouring.
guys.
Samoa have lost the ball. Boron
Hold
will
right.
pump this
Hold here.
deep up the field. That is a brilliant kick. Pin perfect.
You cannot play. No, you cannot play. Just hold on. Yeah. Use the mark.
There he is,
Just
Afa
follow
Molele.
here. There you go.
He started at 10 for Manu Ma, which is the recently rebranded Samoan A team in the Pacific Rugby Cup against Tonga and Japan. At the moment, it's his opposite member, Boron, who was having a bigger influence, albeit his pass right then.
Advantage over.
Oh, creating the knock on. That's a bit of magic coming in from Molele out the back door. And Samoa, for the first time in what seems an eternity, are on the charge in the Hong Kong China half, looking to finish strong. Final play of this half coming up. Once again, the backs linking up. Afa Masanga in there, but the kick on this occasion not collected by the Samoans. Tyler McNutt looking for options, finding Boron, who goes long upfield across the touchline. And he brings to a close an enthralling opening half of match day 2 in the World Rugby Under-20 trophy. Hong Kong China fans very happy indeed with a strong first half showing. Manu Samoa with questions to ask themselves. It is half-time here at the Neo National Stadium. It is Manu Samoa 5, Hong Kong China 8.
Hold red. Advantage. Number 7. Taylor. You have advantage there for your player. The 7. I give that information for the captain from the number 7. Yeah. Release. Number. Tackle.
Crisp blue skies in Nairobi and an ever-increasing temperature with highs in the mid-20s expected today. Manu Samoa in blue are the fancied side yet to hit their highs, that's for sure. Hong Kong, China have brought the energy. They've also brought the desire and the skill as well to be leading here at half-time. And you get the sense that that captain there, John Samuelu of Manu Samoa, would have been delivering a very, very different half-time talk to that of his opposite number, Tyler McNutt of Hong Kong, China, who, while leading 5-8, will just maybe have that lingering thought in their mind that they left opportunities out in the first half. Afa Moleli kicks us off, and a yellow card will be brandished immediately for the tackle in the air on young Fritz Mahn. The 17-year-old wiped out with a bit of poor timing from the kickoff. So John Samuelu would certainly have wished for more energy, certainly wished for more bite in the Manu Samoa effort, but not at the expense of a player. Fritz Mahn, the Kowloon man, riding that hit manfully, just 17 years old. And a great start for Hong Kong, China, playing against 14, but Jules Boron, his trusty left boot, evades him for once, kicks into his own man, so an accidental offside. And a scrum for Manu Samoa.
Scrum to blue team.
Remember, they finished
time's off.
The first half with 14 men after the yellow card
4 minutes for the yellow card. The two hookers
to Alex Louis.
Yeah, no position.
So again,
Number 3 off, are you sure? Because he's a front row.
a reshuffle is required because the yellow card for the tackle in the air was Royce Umutao. There they are, the two front rowers. That is a naughty step if ever I saw one.
Okay. Do you have a hooker playing? Some of your players, they are hooker. You don't have a hooker. Hold on. Yeah, perfect. Just hold on. Yeah, the referee is coming. We don't have change. Maybe we play with a non-push. Yeah, makes sense. Just hold on. We are checking. We are just checking.
So there's an issue here in terms of front row available to play at the moment.
John? Yeah, John, it's a good time for you. Use that time to talk with your players. We are trying to fix that. Make sense? Use that time to talk with your players. Yeah, make sense? Yeah, 100%.
So John Samuelu encouraged to speak to his team to try and get a handle on their indiscretions. I mentioned in the first half how keen the Samoan management were to stamp out the indiscipline that marred their victory over Kenya. 4 yellow cards.
So they now drop down to 12.
Perfect.
Okay.
Non-contest, 8
And they
players.
must have 8 players in.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So all front row. It must be all front row players in the front row.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
And it goes to uncontested. They drop to 12 and they put 8 in the scrum.
Okay.
All right.
Correct. Oh. Yep.
We heard it there. This
Okay.
is going to be relayed to
John?
the players on the pitch now.
Tyler.
Some Uruguayan
Tyler?
fans readying themselves for their match that's upcoming.
I'll talk with you in a few minutes. Just make sure you must play with all your 8 players. We are playing no contesting scrum. Make sense?
They can't run off with an 8 there.
Yeah, they will play with 12 players.
But like the 8 can't run off.
Yeah, they must stay 8 players. Yeah. Captain, you must play with 8 players. The 3 front rows, they must play like a front rows, but no contesting scrum. Make sense? Yeah?
It's dangerous if we bring someone.
Yeah, we have 2 yellow cards from front rows. Then you must play with your 3 front rows here. Makes sense? No contesting scrums and 8 players in the scrum. And you play with 12 players in the game. Okay? Makes sense? Yeah? Okay.
So Kawa,
We are
Ricardo,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Santos,
9, 10,
just explained
11,
there,
12, 13.
due to the absence
David, they need to
of
play with
a qualified front row to
Yeah.
complete the scrum, it
Yeah,
means that
you need to play
Samoa
because you have 2
have to go to uncontested
exactly.
scrums. And as a
yeah,
punishment
12
for that,
players to play now.
they must drop 1 extra
John,
player. So the 2
will
yellow
go off
cards
in that moment.
mean they're down to
Yeah,
13,
one
but the
off on
fact
your
that
players,
they
you need to go
can
off.
no
You need to-
longer
yeah.
form a competitive scrum due to the
And it's a
personnel
non-contesting
that
scrum.
is yellow carded
Yeah,
means
you
that they will drop
keep
another
2 yellow
player.
cards, I know, because it's a non-contesting scrum. You must play with 12
They will
players.
go to 12.
Yeah, makes sense. Who go off? Yeah.
They
who's
have
going
to
off?
have
Perfect.
8 in the scrum.
Yep.
And what you heard as well from Tyler
No, no.
McNutt, he was
We must
clarifying
play-
that their
yeah, this is
number
front row.
8 isn't
You're in the
allowed
front row.
to
Can you play
pick
like
and
that?
carry off the
Yeah.
base of the scrum.
No, he's coming on.
So
With another
Christopher
going off. Yeah, wait.
Afamasanga
Come.
has been sacrificed in the
Come.
centres.
17. Come.
Carlos Lankilda,
Done.
who is a late addition to the bench before the game, is coming on for his under-20s
Who
trophy
is going off?
debut.
Number 4. Yeah. Hold on.
And you don't envy the role of Kawa
John,
Ricardo Santos
I know.
of
You must
Brazil
play with 12.
out in the middle. Not only
It's strange loud.
needing a front to back page
Who did he
knowledge
go
of
off?
the
That player?
laws of rugby, but a PhD
He's going off.
in
Perfect.
substitution
The 3 front rows
permutations.
here. Yeah, we are in. We're here. That's right.
So I think there's
Yeah,
about
it's
4
uncontested
minutes
rule.
left on the first yellow card. So
No, they
this
will
reduction to 12
Yeah.
should only
come
last
closer.
for the next 4 minutes. But as you can see,
You must play with 8 players here. No, you must pass that ball.
Samoa
Yeah, you can move.
have
You
8
can
in the
move.
scrum.
Yeah.
They'll have their scrum half,
3. Yeah.
and then beyond that, they'll only have 3
No
outside
contest in
backs.
scrum. Guys, just to explain, no contest, but you must stay inside. You respect, you must stay in. That's right? Okay, everything's right? Blue, just 5 meters, please. Yeah, no. Time back on.
And now
Cross.
we've got all of that sorted out. It's time to get back to the real business of a bit of
Inside.
under-20s
Hold on,
trophy
hold on.
rugby.
Everything inside, everybody inside. Inside, number 8, inside. Yeah. Hold on. No contest, hold.
Away we go. Normal play resumes with the set piece negotiated. Little out the back door, and Samoa fending with strength. Well, it's elusive running, it's strong, and it's determined. There's a new venom in the manner in which Manu Samoa are carrying. Reduced to 12. John Samuelu taking it forward on that occasion, and then there's another big man in Tamer Schmidt.
Hold blue.
Moleli spots green grass behind Max Freckeld. And it's just a bit of territorial
There you go.
and possession management for Manu Samoa at the moment. There's Dylan McCann, responsible for all 8 points of Hong Kong, China.
No. Perfect. They can play, yeah, they can play with 4.
And still, Samoa play with 12. Hong Kong, China.
Hold here.
Well, they don't use their numerical advantage. They kick possession away, which is a curious thing to do. I know they were in their 22, but they've invited the likes of Molele to go scampering down the touchline. Oh, if the bounce had worked for him, it would have been brilliant from the fly half. But as it is, Dylan McCann, nuggety Dylan McCann, takes it on before a big blast on Fritz Mahn.
Take it in.
Hong Kong, China, seeking the edges, finding the offload. Joe Denmark on the shoulder. Denmark pins his ears back. Denmark for the second try. And Hong Kong, China strike. It was an inevitability with the numerical advantage they had. All they needed to do was suck in the Manu Samoan defence and then find the edge. And this was the key ball from the captain, McNutt, out the back door. Then the simplicity of the execution of the 2-on-1. Joe Denmark's got plenty of gas, but he didn't need much as he coasted to the line without a blue jersey in sight. Big problems for Manu Samoa. And Hong Kong, China on the charge. And this time, the try maximised by the boot of Dylan McCann. There's the Hong Kong China support. We've been animated all afternoon.
No calls, then we keep working with that.
And the pass from Jude Harding. Well, it's something you do every day in training, but with the pressure on and knowing the finishing ability of Denmark on his shoulder, came up with a fine execution that is warmly received by the supporters.
Hold on, yeah. No, the yellow card cannot come back. We have time.
But it looks like that try has come at a cost.
The guys on the table, they are using that time. Yeah.
An arm or shoulder injury to, it looks like, Jude Harding. And still, Samoa play with 12. The hooker and their replacement hooker riding out yellow card suspensions. This will be the final play that they'll play with 12. Can Hong Kong China get a third? Again, they go to the edge. Oh, but Conti transferring the ball into one hand. Spills forward and you see the frustration. He knows that was a great opportunity to put more scoreboard pressure on the Samoans.
Perfect. Time is off. Number 1 by blue. It's down. This time is off. We'll have a player on the ground.
So Lua Pritchard down there with the big bag of ice on his head.
Okay.
Plays for Moata Rugby Club, home of the famous Michael Jones.
Yeah, now the scrum is common. We'll have a 14 against 15. Yeah, same scrum, you can play now. It's 14 against 15. Then the mark's here for blue, so now come by red.
It is tough going out there in this under-20
Here's the mark.
World Rugby Trophy. And at the moment, Hong Kong, China
Time back on.
are in the lead. And they're going to have in their thoughts the prospect of winning just their third ever match in the tournament against
Bind.
Manu Samoa, who've only ever lost once in their entire history. They scrum with fresh figure, having had one of their men reinstated. Here they come, round the corner in the outside channels. We've hardly seen their backs in any form of flow. Samuelu takes 3 to tackle him. Wally Talvesi pops one off the shoulder to a big forward.
Roll first.
And the penalty awarded for not rolling.
Number 6. Decision, captain. Balls, guys.
Well, Afa Moleli plumps for the poles from a challenging position. Yeah, it's pretty central, but it's a reasonable distance out. But potentially, from a tactical perspective, looking for the opportunity to add some points whilst down to now 14, and also take a bit of time out of the clock to run that second sin bin down. That one to Pesaleli Fainga, guilty of taking Fritz Mahn out in the air straight from the kickoff.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Afa Moleli. Splits the uprights and erodes the Hong Kong China lead by 3. It is a 1-score game. And Manu Samoa have their first points of the second half.
Make sure, yeah.
Buron sends a steepling kick into the Nairobi skies that pinballs around the hands, but eventually falls into blue ones. Samuelu finds a gap, then an offload. That's Robert Robertson. And Samuelu, again prominent, again offloading, again finding support. This time, Tangawai takes Samoa into the 22. Moleli, a miraculous offload. Oh my goodness. From nothing, Manu Samoa strike. And it's the replacement prop, Robert Robinson, who applies the finishing touch to a bit of Afa Moleli magic. Well, it was actually Christopher Afamasanga who finished it, the centre on the shoulder. But this guy was the architect. And in a flash from his penalty, his creation, and that conversion, Manu Samoa draw level with Hong Kong China. It is 15-all.
Okay. I didn't see.
And a big climax to this game incoming.
I'll talk with Day, with Hava. Yeah, the yellow
Well,
card.
Christopher Afamasanga, not only does the 12 look like the 18, but the way he carries
Hold on.
has the power of a prop.
Guys, blue, Captain, John.
But from the kickoff, there are problems here.
Now, guys, move back. Step back. Captain number 11. I see it.
Robin
Please,
Kaluzniak,
yeah, yeah.
the
Step back.
Canadian assistant referee.
Clear. He jumps to catch the ball, and he clear. Kick the player when he tried to pick up that hint. No, it's not a rugby. It's a red card for him. Yep.
A more disciplinary drama here for Manu Samoa. Paul Stanley.
Robin.
Oh, wow. That is
Yep. Here. John.
the right decision there. You see him lingering in the air, then throw out a foot straight into the
Time
sternum
back on.
of the Hong Kong China player. And another twist
Blue, open.
with half an hour left of the match to go. Hong Kong China with fresh blood on. TK Yamauchi finding his jumper. Latching on at the back. Hong Kong China moving through the gears, advancing to the line.
Number 4, collapsing.
Dragged down illegally by Manu Samoa, who then dive over the top.
But to have a number 4 collapsing.
They need to watch themselves here, Manu Samoa. One red card, 2 yellows already in the game.
John, remember, you have a yellow card for collapsing the ball. Talk with your players.
And infringements beginning to mount too close to the line. John Samuelu asked to be mindful of his players' actions.
In.
Here come Hong Kong China to retake the lead. TK Yamachi with the go-ahead score. Well, what an opening to this second half. Samoa battling to get themselves back to parity, having been down to 12, then the red card, but immediately Hong Kong China striking, the more well-formed, and TK Yamachi unable to miss from that range. A real sense that a bit of history could be in the Nairobi midst here today for Hong Kong China, as Dylan McCann shapes up to burnish the scoreboard by 2 more crucial points. The cries from the touchline and the hoisting of the flags tell you that he's done just that. Dylan McCann with the conversion to TK Yamauchi's try. And Hong Kong China lead by 7. A real test of the character of this Manu Samoa outfit. The spirit amongst the group has been something that's been lauded by the management. There's been a lot of sacrifices from a lot of young men. They've given up school. Some have moved away from their families to join the effort in Samoa for the 4-week training camp. They then went to Australia for a couple of weeks, playing the likes of New South Wales under-20s.
Nope, play on.
But they are up against an inspired Hong Kong China at the moment, and a Josh Eustace who's brought his best so far on the left wing. Every time he's got the ball, he's carried with purpose. And a quick recycle makes it difficult for Manu Samoa to get back on side. Penalty advantage, Boron, crossfield, looking for Denmark. Oh, William Hunt almost picked it off.
We have an offside by number 1, blue.
It was penalty advantage, so it was a timely intervention, because if Denmark had taken it, He could have been
Number
away
one.
for try number 2.
Always offside. Can you play? Yeah.
Well, Buron has been excellent so far today, and he's part of
Hold on.
a big group of Sky Kung Stingrays,
Yeah.
the junior rugby team, where a lot of these players all came up through the ranks. So there is a telepathy that exists
Not straight.
between the team in red, having played as youngsters together. They've been on the journey for Hong Kong, China. Maybe not all of them
Scrum.
live in Hong Kong, China anymore,
We are
but still those
outside.
bonds exist.
Nine. We are outside.
Although on this occasion,
Outside.
that telepathy evading the try scorer TK Yamauchi and Glenn Huey. Oh, still over a quarter of the match to go. So much has happened.
Bind.
And you sense
Set.
there's plenty more to come. The ball left behind from the offload. And while Hong Kong, China went scavenging for it, it is Manu Samoa who carried through Schmid. Lely forced to spin, still manages to gain a couple of meters.
Take it in.
Contest at the breakdown's really good. It was an area that Hong Kong, China were found wanting against Spain a little, but they've
No reds. Move.
come to match day 2 with new purpose. And they're reaping the benefits at the moment. Tangoai taking it forward. Calls on the help of a few more of his brothers in blue. Look at that picture, bodies everywhere. That's the commitment. We're going to have to stop because it's getting
Guys,
dangerous.
We have 2 players on the ground. This time is off. We come back with a scrum to the blue team.
Another stoppage.
Captain, it's not for me.
Adam Baber, who impressed off the bench against Spain, but also Camille Chung hyperextended his elbow against Spain, so maybe not completely right to start.
9 blue, 9. It's off.
Doing a fine job
And
of
number
driving this Hong Kong China tempo.
Guys, 9 and
Well, there's the try scorer, Christopher Afamasanga. Part of a core of this side who competed for the Oceania Trophy over in Tonga. That's how Manu Samoa arrived here at the trophy. They defeated them by the slenderest of aggregate margins, 27-25 across 2 legs in Nuku Alofa.
no, you have a sub. Yeah, the guy. No, hold on.
They would have come
Guys,
here
12 off,
with real belief and real desire
12 is subs, please. Number 12, please.
to claim the trophy for the 3rd time in their nation's history.
Go.
Only Japan have won it 3 times. And Adam Baber, that's actually the last we'll see of him. Camille Chung
10, are you okay?
comes onto the
There you go.
field wearing 21.
Guys,
You can just
let's
see
go.
his left arm
Blue, let's go.
quite heavily strapped. I
Zamar,
think it actually might be
Time back
an HIA replacement.
good. Blue,
2 new scrum halves on the pitch. Fa'alava Tuetu,
27.
talented halfback from Savai, is now on, looking to add his verve to the Manu Samoa effort. So
Bind.
new personnel can often have a dramatic impact.
They go down.
And with a game as finely poised as this,
You go down that side. Let's do again. Just play up. That's right.
those faces
Hookers.
will be
There
seeking
you go.
for their impact to be a positive one, a memorable one.
On the body, on the blood, on the body. Crowns. Bind. Set. Hold. Hold. You go down again. Guys, too many movements. We need to calm down and we need stability to play. Make sense? Yeah? Good space to play. Who cares? Yeah. You two, don't lose the bind. Make sure. Guys, here's the mark. Move back. Here's the mark. Yeah, yeah. Let's do it. Yeah.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Crown. Bind. Always in.
Samuelu is in a hurry. And so are Samoa down this right flank. But it's brilliant defence. Threkeld combining with Eustace. And really, Filoretti unable to hit top speed. Max Threkeld, the vice-captain, wearing 13. That's Josh Eustace there, who, interesting story, he played for Canada under-20s in their qualifier against the USA to come to this trophy, but he is dual registered. And here he is now, featuring for Hong Kong in the trophy itself. So, bit of a journey for Eustace, and he's making his time count in the red jersey of Hong Kong, China, as opposed to that of Canada. And this bombing tactic that Hong Kong, China have employed throughout the game continues to bear fruit. Buron's boot has been on the money. Really, Manu Samoa have struggled to adapt thus far in the match. Leads the team culture as well, the fly half. Real student of the game.
Red, red, red.
But the line out, having been so secure for Hong Kong, China throughout the match, beginning just to shake a little.
No. Yeah, in. Yeah. Yeah.
And while that certainly probably wasn't the kick that Passer was looking for,
No, always inside.
he's adjudged to have been just inside the 22. So Hong Kong, China throw in from the near side of the field on this occasion. Clock ticking down with Hong Kong, China leading and hunting for a first victory in 5 years in the under-20 trophy. Manu Samoa have only ever tasted defeat once in the competition's history, but they're feeling the Hong Kong China heat right here. Big carry, but met with gusto from the captain, Tyler McNutt. Well, the ball flashed across the front. It was susceptible to an interception, but William Hunt has got the ball and he's got away, popping off the floor. Oh, Dylan McCann first to react. And away go Hong Kong, China. Now they've got some room down this right flank. Boot to ball, a testing kick that spins the Manu Samoan defence. But Afamolele has just enough gas to beat Max Thrakeld to the dot down. But has it come at the expense of his continued participation in this match? He doesn't look good.
Red, yes please. Who kicked the ball? Guys,
Well, Max
behind the kicker,
Thrakeld,
please.
he's currently studying university in California, captain the
Behind the
under-19s side
Oh, hold on.
in Kuala Lumpur.
Time is off. We'll have a player on the ground.
Very impressive against Spain.
Just hold on here.
Just glues that midfield together, but he is capable of some standout moments as well. His relationship with Ollie Pyle in the centre,
Yeah.
crucial to the fortunes of this Hong Kong China side.
From red.
And you pair
Number
that
4
up with
red.
the composure
Off, please.
of Buron. They've got some really good attacking foundations for their back division.
Number 4 red.
It's very in vogue with the rugby mullet as well, Thrakeld, so you know he takes his rugby seriously.
Guys, they will change
But the
that
great
play.
optimism for this Hong Kong China side is just how young they are. 5 members of this match day 23, 18 years old, another 17.
Guys,
This team haven't been selected with
Doctor,
the youthful future in mind. They've been
Doctor.
selected because they're the best. They've been selected because they're the
Join
ones
Samoa.
that deserve to be representing Hong Kong China and giving them their best shot in this tournament.
Doctor. He's the number 14. He's off, please. Can you just walk? Could be, because you are off. You can't? We need the help to him. Guys, please, he cannot walk.
A stretcher called on for the stricken player. A bit of a taste of the nature here in Nairobi. I know that some of the teams this week have been out on safaris, enjoying what Kenya and Nairobi have to offer. They have had some challenging moments during this under-20 trophy.
He can move. No. He can move. Yeah, just
The demonstrations going on in Nairobi last week hindered the teams from training one day. They were holed up in the hotel,
There you go.
unable to train, unable to get out and enjoy what this great city has to offer. They've enjoyed a bit more freedom this week, and they've also had an opportunity to train a little more together, develop those combinations. And we're seeing the fruits of that work with a brilliant game here. It looks, sadly, like we're going to be losing William Hunt for the rest of the match.
Your team.
Kenyan fans at the ready.
Not clear. You are the captain now? No?
For those who've ever been to a World Series Sevens event, it is the most colourful, the most vibrant corner of the stadium. When Kenya corner gets bouncing, the whole stadium is alive, and
Behind the kicker, please.
you can bet that that energy will be brought for their match later.
Yeah, last man. Thank you so much. Okay. Time back on.
That's time away. At the moment, our focus is on this finely balanced fixture between Manu Samoa and Hong Kong China. Carried back straight. But the breakdown work so strong Too quick to pounce upon it. Wally Talvesi. Another of the Manoa Pacifica under-20s team who were based in New Zealand. But Wally Talvesi is actually the only player who is based in Samoa. From Palisi in Apia. So he travels over to New Zealand just to be with Moana Pacifica under-20s for the season, then goes back home. Again, another indication of the sacrifices that these young men make to play their rugby, to progress their talents. And a nice move off the training ground, unleashes power down the short side, which can't be tamed at the moment. Charging, 10 meters shy. Manu Samoa trailing by 7, carrying hard through Pritchard.
Okay, 20 offside.
A penalty advantage awaits for Manu Samoa as Schmidt
Player
is
on
the next to
ground.
be fouled.
Yeah, play on the ground. Number 8.
More penalties. Hong Kong China doing their best to disrupt. And while the turnover on that occasion is good from Dave Bennett,
Tackle man on the ground.
it was already penalty advantage. Here come Manu Samoa reaching,
Movements.
but a double movement. And a penalty to Hong Kong China. A massive moment with just over
Time is
12
off.
minutes to go.
The tackler never moved. Time is off.
Is held in the tackle by Tyler McNutt, the captain. And you can just hear on the mics around the pitch, little wins, little wins.
You need a sub?
That's
Yeah.
what Hong Kong China and Tyler
Number
McNutt, their
9.
captain, are saying to each other. Get these little wins and we win the big game. This game against Manu Samoa.
You need?
And I'm not sure you can classify repelling Manu Samoa from that range
Go walking.
as a little win. That is a huge win in the context of the momentum of this match.
Yeah. Coming on, subs.
Well, another Manu Samoa player is
John,
leaving the
subs okay?
field. It's so sad to see
Time back on.
this amount of injuries. Carlos Lankilda returns to the field. Again, his debut in the under-20s trophy, a late addition to the bench. He featured earlier in the match when he came on
16.
during the double yellow card, which resulted in Samoa being reduced to 12 men. Well, the take was good from Theo Mag, but the transfer was sloppy. Chance for Manu Samoa. They put a bit of air on the ball. Rolling the dice now. Pace being injected into the line. Striding through. Morlele out the back door. And while it wasn't held, the whistle had already gone for a forward pass out of the tackle. But you cannot keep your eyes off Morlele. Almost releasing Passa for his second try of the match.
There you go.
Well, it seems an eternity ago, doesn't it,
Hooker.
that Mauluma Passa opened the scoring for Manu Samoa. They would have felt that that was going to set the tone for an afternoon of try scoring, and a victorious one at that. Heavy favourites coming into this match.
Round. Bind. Set.
But still they trail by 7.
Leon, Leon. Hold, hold.
Well, the Buron cannon continues to blast Hong Kong China up the field.
Leon.
A gargantuan left boot, but Manu Samoa go quickly. They know they need something.
No. Good.
And off they go again at pace with the replacement scrum half, Toetu. No William Hunt out there on that left wing. The fitness levels of both sides
Play on for me. Play on for me.
not waning one bit. There goes the pump action fend. Swatting away Hong Kong China defenders. Tangoai.
No, it's not clear.
This time
Step back,
it's
Brad.
Ripine. Bit of rhythm finally to the Manu Samoa play. Robertson. Ball over the top. Molele back inside, and just Eustace gets enough on it to disrupt. But a brilliant breakdown turnover. Oh, it was instinctive
No,
from
no, no,
Retty.
come back here. Here, just play here. Yeah.
Manu Samoa have abandoned set piece. They're putting it through their hands. They're giving it to their power men like Schmid. 7 meters shy. Toetu, poised, goes to the left.
Release, Red. You have the ball.
Hong Kong China defense
Release, Red.
still stands
You're out.
firm.
Out. Yeah.
Off they go for another burrow. Round the corner, hints of a jackal. 1 meter shy. The red wall, can it be breached? A twist and a spin and a reach for the line, and Manu Samoa get the try. Tangilima Rapine hoists his arms into the air in delight, but I think it's John Samuelu, the captain, who has managed to spin Samoa back into contention.
Can you kick? I know your captain is here, but he doesn't like. Can you? No, we wait. Wait for him. Time is back on. Time back on.
More Manu Samoan wreckage from a brutally physical encounter between these two nations.
Time is off. Player on the ground.
The conversion is regulation
We have a player on the
for
ground.
Mulwaley. We're 22 apiece. A grandstand finish awaits for the National Stadium here in Nairobi.
Number 4 off. That's right.
Samuelu, he was well wrapped up, wasn't he? 1, 2, 3 Hong Kong China players upon him, including McNutt. But he just had that desire and torque to get himself across and get the ball down.
Yeah. Stop. Yep. Substitution for the number 8. He's off.
Well, it's a sad end to a committed morning from John Samuelu. Who limps his way across the dead ball line, assisted
Number 8.
by one of the medical staff. So, number 20, Benjamin Fa'avai,
Injury.
who's the vice captain, very strong, tough runner himself, will come on for the final 7.5 minutes.
Oh. Captain.
A mark of the strength
You
and
are the
depth
new
that
captain. Good.
Manu Samoa have on their bench.
Captain, decision. No. You have a decision. Scrum, line out.
Body high, boys. Body high. Let's win this. Hong Kong. Body high, biggies. There we go.
Ground.
Go.
Binds. Set.
Scrum to Manu Samoa, centre field.
Ball is out.
And away they go, the new man for Arvai. Just gives
Oh, release.
Manu Samoa that bit of impetus.
Yeah, it's a play on. Tackle now.
And they go thrashing through
No.
the edge. Tangawai, that was. And then
Touch it.
the option to put it onto the boot. Oh, it may just work out. As it's followed by a poor kick from Hong Kong, China.
Release that now. Yeah. Good.
Oh, it's a massive shot coming in from Sam Martin. Was it high though? Play continues. A drop goal from Moleli. He nails it. All the attention was on the running threats for Manu Samoa, but Afa Moleli,
Okay.
cool as you like, slipped back into the pocket
Time is off. The time is off.
and struck a beauty through the uprights to hand Manu Samoa the lead
Can you continue?
with only minutes remaining of the
Just
match.
me and the ref. Could be? Thank you so much. The time is off. Yeah? Just we'll have another ball on the ground. Yeah, the time is off. Hold on. Good. Time back on.
Manu Samoa back into the lead for the first time since their opening score of the match. It has been Hong Kong China's game up to this point. They still have time. They will be full of belief.
Hold.
Tyler McNutt
Take
claims
it
it
in.
neatly and
Take it
away
in.
they go. The long left-footed bomb of Boron
What's about train 15-2?
finds Moleli, and Moleli, oh, that is exquisite.
Good.
A work of art from the right boot of Moleli. Claimed in his own half and expertly bananaed off the outside of his boot to bounce across the touchline for the most extraordinary of 50-22s.
5.
No wonder the senior side
The sub, or you
are
continue?
keeping tabs on
continue.
Afa
Let's go.
Moleli. He has got all the components to be a masterful playmaker at fly half at senior level. We're just seeing Chris Tangawahi
Let's go, Manu Samoa.
receive a bit of attention. The blind side for Manu Samoa. The departing captain, Samuelu.
Robbie.
Stolen.
Hold on, guys. The time is off. We don't need to play. Hold on. I was there.
Time wasn't
Time is
on.
still off. Hold on. Yeah. No.
Something of a reprieve for the Samoans.
Yeah? The ball is there. Extend the mark. Just hold in. Hold, hold. Mark's here, Mark's good. Time back on.
Second chance, much better for Samoa. 4 minutes on the clock, leading by 3. Looking to finish strongly, looking to put the game beyond any doubt. Through the middle they go. Barging through the mass of red jerseys.
Yeah.
They sense this could be the moment. One last surge across the paint, and the match is surely theirs. The tackles unrelenting from Hong Kong, China, but there's a bit of momentum in behind the defense. Molele, a skip, can't get the ball free. Still Hong Kong, China hold.
Tackle, guys.
All power, all might from Samoa. Too much might from Manu Samoa. That's the try. Surely the match. 14 men trailing all match. But they've dug deep. They found the desire. They've looked into their character. They've been led by Molele. But it's the big boys up front who eventually get the job done. The final blast from Robert Robertson, propelled through the hole by the rest of his pack. And the Manu Samoa flag flutters optimistically once again after such long periods where Hong Kong, China looked like they were going to claim a famous victory. No conversion to add, but
Behind the kicker. Yep.
the deficit remains 8 points. 90 seconds on the clock.
Knock on by blue.
If Hong Kong, China are to do the miraculous, they'll have to score immediately.
Knock on by blue and after red. The first one.
They'll get a scrum, but you fear that the time it will take to set
Needs a knock on by blue
and
after
launch the
red.
attack,
Play this from here.
that the clock will have run through 80.
Yep, yep. Straight.
Manu Samoa, understandably, not much rush. They probably are. They're here to see Uruguay.
Ground.
Great opportunity
Bind.
to see 4 fabulous under-20 trophy matches here at the National Stadium. It is a full ticket on match day 2. And Hong Kong, China have almost been the full ticket today. It has been
Backwards.
a sensational performance from them. But Manu Samoa, who've played this second half with 14 men for nearly 30 minutes, all have stood up and they found the tries and the tackles when they've needed.
Oh, sorry. The penalty. No, no, no.
But they've thrown it out on purpose right at the end there, which is a penalty.
Hold on. No, no. All the guys on the line.
Hong Kong,
please.
China,
All
our
the
clock
guys
ticks
on
through
the line,
80.
And you can play.
Surely time is up. Tyler McNutt
Tackle.
drives him and his side forward once more. Again to the pack, slips a tackle. Can Hong Kong, China finish with a flourish? Numbers out wide. Oh, Max Threckeld steals across.
The time is up. Time is up.
But time is up for Hong Kong, China. The try was more than what they deserved. Threkeld, few more deserving. But ultimately, the try comes in consolation, as will this conversion from McCann. They may not be ending today with the victory that they oh so yearned. But Hong Kong, China will leave the field with their heads held high. There's no extra points to add, but both Samoa and Hong Kong, China have played their role in a thrilling match in Nairobi. One for huge periods looked as if Hong Kong, China may spring the biggest upset of the trophy, arguably in its history. But the 14 men of Manu Samoa dug deep. They found a way, and they have found the win late in the day here to delight their fans here in the Neo National Stadium. Captain Tyler McNutt will be a lot more pleased with his Chargers performance, but ultimately it is in vain because it's full time here at the Neo National Stadium, and it is Samoa 30, Hong Kong, China 27.
To ask each and every one of you to be upstanding for the national anthem of Uruguay. national anthem of Zimbabwe.
Well, a very good morning, everyone. The sun has been shining. It's going to push into the mid-20s centigrade in Nairobi today, and this is match 2 of match day 2 of the World Rugby Under-20s Trophy. The anthems complete, the best anthems out of South America and of Africa. Our referee for this one, as Uruguay gets set to take on Zimbabwe, then Craig Chan of Hong Kong, China, will be assisted by Tavita Rokovereni and Robin Kaluzniak.
Make sure kick behind the
May
mark.
have just watched Samoa making life hard for themselves against Hong Kong, China. A red card alongside 2 yellow. Uncontested scrums at one stage playing with 12, but they found a way by the skin of their teeth. 30 points to 27 win for Samoa. Joe Burns calling the action. 2 wins for Samoa on the board then. Second time that Kenya has hosted the World Rugby Under-20s Trophy. Previously staged the tournament in 2009. Be the third time it's been played in Africa, with Zimbabwe having acted as hosts in 2016. And it's, well, the Junior Sables who are focused on today against Uruguay, their Pool A opponents, who picked up a last-gasp win against the USA in round 1. Los Toritos edged a 64-point thriller on Saturday as Juan Carlos Canessa converted 18 of his side's 33 points, albeit he makes way for Juan Bautista Crisi today. It will be Icaro Amarillo to get the action underway. First job for Zimbabwe is just going to be to get a nice tidy exit out of this. Ended Marume, the skipper, was in there. And just looked to get a little bit of go forward. Leo Mutendi bowling some of the Uruguayan forwards out of the way. Franco Bettini looking to try and make his presence felt at ruck time, to remind Zimbabwe they're not going to have an awful lot of time to do anything on their own terms here. And, well, here come the Toritos. And it's Guillermo Juan Storace, namesake and son of head coach father, of course.
That's inside the
Joaquin
half.
Suarez.
Inside.
Just looks over the top. That one might just have a little bit too much on it, though. Indeed it will. Watched over the end by Benoni Naikaro. 18 years of age, just 2 in the starting 23. Uruguay won the only previous meeting between the sides in the tournament, running out 50 points to 22 winners in a pool stage match at Harare Sports Club in 2016.
Remember what we said and agree in the
The
game.
Zimbabwe side with 6 changes from Sean D'Souza since they went to Scotland. New front row, Jaricha and Manyara in for Zizengwe and Chinwada. Huntley Masterson injured. Tamuka Kambani, the 20-year-old, comes into the second row. Mazuba Gutu starts at 7 with Mounga on the bench. And of course you can see it, scrum half, Chandrik Mandaza starts. Panache Zuze injured early in that first stage, just 12 minutes on the bench.
Lost. Play on.
Needed to be called. Kanyan Garara is now behind on the bench with 21. That's his Matipano starting. Himself scored a super
As
run
we
last
agree in the
Saturday.
pre-game, you need to stay behind it.
Zimbabwe trying to
Through
go
three,
with
not rolling.
quick tempo. Thought better of it. Having been called back by the referee.
All right, let's go, please. White.
World Rugby Under-20s trophy. Live from Nairobi, the Neo Stadium.
Let's the line stay
Need to
here.
start
Good.
against Los Toritos in the way they left off in their
Line is
opening
yours,
match
Robert.
against Scotland. 5 tries in the final
Receiver, come
26
here,
minutes for Zimbabwe, scoring
Leader
them
out.
a try bonus
Leader
point, but a
out.
sheen of respectability on the 64-33 defeat. Brian Chiang needs to get this one in. Oh,
No, time's off. Whoa, time's off.
very quick change of numbers there. Players
Time's
flying
off.
in.
Make sure you don't move. And listen, if you want to come in, make sure you get your timing right. All right, that's it. All right, let's go. Set up place. Ready? All right, manage your numbers.
Certainly a little bit of fun
Time back
trying
on.
to be had at line-out time here. Are they going to change the call? No, they're going to go back to what they wanted. It's got nothing to do with the fun and games being had in the middle of the line-out. It was going to the tail the whole time. And this is Zimbabwe now looking to try and load straight through the middle. This is going to be the early chance of the score, and what a score! Shingi Manyarara gets over. What a dream start for Zimbabwe.
I'm not going to remind you one more time. If you want to go that switch, make sure you get your timing.
Lovely bit of movement in the middle.
No,
Alex
if you come
Nyamunda,
one in, one could be out immediately.
key part of things as well.
Before you come in, someone needs to go out.
It's just the fact that they attracted 2 defenders in the middle. It was able to send Manyarara straight through. Marume was not going to be part of it. It was the big frame of Nyamunda.
Time
He
on the
grabbed a
clock.
key try to help Junior Sables on their way to the Bathurst Cup victory against Kenya in April. Well, he's turned provider this time. Lovely work and support from the number 8. Zimbabwe on the board.
Not rolling. Jekyll is fine. Tackler not rolling. Blue free. Are you free? Yeah, free.
Conversion added from Nakaro.
Yeah, but you're in there and effecting the clean out. Yeah, Jekyll is fine.
Less than 5 minutes on the board. Zimbabwe up 7 points to 0.
It's inside white.
Plenty of time for
Everyone's
Brendan
on.
Marume to make that clearance. What an exit that is, by the way.
Put defense on the line, please. Text. Defense on the line, text. Defense on the line. Step on it. Step on it. Text. Half step, please. Good thing. 6. No. Text. I want. Get, please. Half step.
Maximo Lamalas.
Put defense on the line, eh? Stay. Ready? One receiver.
Option of
Come in,
Geronimo
please.
Noceda
Come in.
as they go for this, what will be a 5-man line, and they are going to go to the tail.
Oh,
Franco Battini
play on.
came in after Manuel Rosmarino was stretched off early in the
General play.
second half of
Go.
their prior match. But they've lost possession here, taking it into that maul, but unable to bring it back easily, and Mutendi is very keen to
Boys, out, please.
play a bit of rugby league style.
So first
trapping
one,
on the
come
floor.
In, it's not a mo, so it's general play, just a contact. General play. So scrum, green ball.
And a little round of applause for the referee's decision there from Shadrack Mandaza. I'm sure he's been waiting for that approval
So you cannot
over the
transfer,
course of the
so
last
it's
6.5 minutes.
All right, let's go, please. Sit up. 8. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Zimbabwe again,
11. Now you're on.
looking to just
Keep the mark, please, Tex.
keep Uruguay working hard from their own end, but that one has gone a little too far as well. One each from both sides.
In line with you, yeah? Everyone good here? Yeah, thank you.
Uruguay will get the scrum all the way back. They've had 5 changes. 3 in their pack from Guillermo Starace with 1 positional. Felipe Pick, the one 18-year-old in their side, who joins fellow Old Boys club prop Lorenzo to start. Naseda coming into the number 4 shirt as Bettini shifted to number 8. Another back row change. He's Montpellier's Arturo Tenhover at open side. Suarez continuing at scrum half, but Creasy is that new man at 10, despite Canesa's haul of 18 points, with Amarillo moving to 15. The front rows go down. Dante Soto come on to the left wing. Nicolas Conti making do with a place on the bench.
Yeah, so stay here, good. Stay, yeah, good. Perfect. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, okay, try louder. All right, set up, please, let's go. Make sure you two keep it up, all right? Yeah, I keep my ear up. Start to be too much, okay? Crouch!
2 new props alongside Brian Chiang for Zimbabwe. Suarez is looking.
Driving straight down, this player. Loose head, driving straight in.
It's Galen Jaricha, though, who's felt the long arm of the law. Former St John's College first 15 captain, just unable to keep his footing. You can see the turf has cut up slightly there. Creasy will want to give his side a decent position inside that 22.
Stay, keep the gap for me. All right, Kwan, in or out?
Can they make it work here?
Second's good, play on, second's good.
Referee's perfectly happy that Zimbabwe have brought that down legally, so Suarez is going to have to send this out.
Use it.
Not going to be the backs initially as Bettini makes the first bust. Zimbabwe shooting out to try and make those chop tackles. That time it was Tanaka Gondo. Uruguay having to work for every little inch on the floor. Oh, but the offload might just be enough to send Pedro Broom away with another couple of meters. Juan Pedro Lorenzo in there looking to move a few of the bigger Zimbabwe men out of the way. Try and maintain that front foot momentum.
Play. Take the down, lead.
Good effort from Dion Kumalo just to try and hold them up, but
don't move. Stay.
Uruguay do manage to get there and reload. 8 meters out.
Use it.
Another solid drive back. Brian Chiang. That's a little better, a little more of a low drive from Uruguay. Manuel Bertolotti
Step, blue, black, white.
tried a couple of key meters. Certainly keeping it tight here, Los Toritos. Tenhover.
Step, white step.
In no rush, Uruguay.
Step.
They know they've gone down that early try, and that's the closest they've come so far. Another solid drive from Felipe Pick.
No, stay. Shot.
Referee keeping a close eye on whether they get over, and they're going to come to this near side towards the post. Tenhover not able to get there that time. Neither will Naseda.
White step.
Defence is admirable here from Zimbabwe, who have yet to transgress.
Step out, white
No
step.
penalty advantage coming, which so often you will see in this area of the field. Oh, and have they managed to rip the turnover? The referee is perfectly happy. Comes away through Mutendi. And suddenly, the threat is against Uruguay.
Eyes on the ball, eyes on the ball.
Tawanda Matipano was bundled into touch, but how about that defence from the African nation against the South Americans. Extraordinary.
Line is yours, White, step on it. Step on it. Yep, good.
We can all take our breath
Right,
after that,
come in. In or out.
not least Sean D'Souza on the Zimbabwe side.
Hold.
That isn't going to be one that they can contest with too much.
General play. Is it a knock on, Ruben?
Really messy in there.
Playing to you.
I haven't quite found their rhythm. They certainly had a decent set of phases trying to attack under the posts, but now the ball has just sat up. Is this going to be available for anybody? No, it isn't. Juan Gonzalez for the Old Christians Club. 20 years of age, the right winger was giving stern chase, but
drop 22.
hacked it on a little too
So
hard.
options, scrum or drop 22. Yep, thank you. Drop 22.
33 points to 31, Uruguay squeaking that win against the USA. USA took and kept that lead between the 57 and 74th minutes.
Yep.
Uruguay must have thought that they might have been out of it, but come back they did. Suarez can always rely on the direct running of Guillermo Juan Storace.
Lost.
Penalty Uruguay.
Tackle that, clear release, please. White 12, clear release.
Can be a real game breaker, Alex Nyamunda.
White, keep the gap for me. Gap. Good stay.
Bench players watch on.
White, I want the gap. Good, stay there. Let's go. Outside
Goes
15.
over the end, despite the efforts to try and play it to the tail, and Zimbabwe get the call on the outside that it might be chance to have another little run here. And can they get the offload in place? So it's really good work to get over the ball from Dante Soto initially. Ultimately, the ball's gone into touch.
Now I'm okay, but I will have a look for you, all right? White, stay here, please. 5. Yeah.
Wasn't the tidiest of lineouts, and met with a fly hack of a kick from Mendaza. Uruguay will have another go. It's not proving the easiest at line-out time for Manuel Bertolotti. Certainly the main man they threw to in their first match. That time it worked a little better. Shipped on from Crisi.
Lost.
Storace.
Thank you. Good work, 10.
Back it comes. Oh, that was a nice one round the back. Really nicely worked from Bertini, but that is blocking. And that is just the inaccuracy that we're seeing from Uruguay so far in the opening quarter of an hour. '2008 champions, taken part in more under-20 trophy competitions than any other nation. Qualifying this time as runners-up behind Sud-America rugby champions Argentina. They've claimed a place in the World Rugby Under-20s trophy for an 11th time in a total of 13. That is just what you want from your fly half, Brendan Marume. Put them right down in the 22. You're well to be shocked. Absolutely. Sensational kick.
Yeah, keep the gap for me. Numbers, White. Numbers, 3 or 4. 5. 5. 5.
Muka Kambani joins at the back of the tail, but it's another overthrow. We've seen quite a few from both sides so far. Tidy up job will be done by the Uruguay skipper, Juan Ignacio Jambon. There for Suarez.
White half step, good, thank you. Use it! No, big.
Given the call to use, but he hadn't used, just as Zimbabwe came creeping around the corner.
Come on, please, injury. That's off. If you want to lift, I want to lift in your channel. Now you're kind of going in the barrier. So lift straight, not in. Okay?
Conversation with Tanaka Gondo Mukandapi, one of the double Barters trophy winners. Successfully defending that in April this year.
Yep. All right, water off, please. Let's go.
Beat host Kenya 28 points to 7, despite playing the last 30 minutes with 14. Fifth time the junior sailors have won the competition since its debut in 2007, although they do manage to win it often when it's not leading to World Rugby Trophy qualification. They did manage that this time around, though. Tidy from the line out, away from Mandaza. Big kick. And the chase is on. Oh, and it's been knocked on from Suarez, and is this going to just open up an opportunity?
Hold one, thank you.
Was there.
Finish over from the knock on.
Absolute wheels on the chase. They know they're in a battle here, Uruguay.
Nothing more than
Franco
just a
Bettini had no time there at all.
Stay.
It's resulted in Zimbabwe getting the line out. It's really good game management
Ask the number, if not, I won't
from
change.
Sean D'Souza's side.
Let's go first. I won't merge the number.
Gutu showing for it at the front.
Hold.
He is going to get it. They're going to try and just shift away from that initial repelling drive from Uruguay, but oh, they've lost it.
It's a move taken in by White. Ball on verbal, scrum blue.
Uruguay did a really good spoiling job there. The inquest begins for Zimbabwe as to
Let's go.
how they didn't quite manage to make that tell.
And then you go straight, go down. Straight. Yes, so straight, same thing. Stability, let's go. Robson. Crouch. Bind. Now stand up. Time's off. Hold your stability. All right, both of you a little bit more. All right, let's go.
Referee Craig Chan from Hong Kong, China.
Crouch.
Unconcerned with whatever time it takes to make sure that these two sides get the scrum engaged so it can be nice and steady. And that is better. Good refereeing. Now they come away once again. Just wanting to use Storace.
Lost.
Penalty Uruguay. Zimbabwe have to be careful of that area in terms of release in the tackle. Needed to give that quite a lick, given he was the other side of halfway across the pitch. Uruguay will have the line out.
7, White 7 numbers.
Zimbabwe still. And even had the wherewithal to dummy it off the top. They're going to get that penalty. And they will celebrate with each other. Little wins can lead to bigger wins, as we well know.
5 meter.
Anxious friends and family watching on. Majority of the fans watching on are down below our camera position. Wan Chang has certainly taken his time over this. There's a lot of movement in the line out. Goodness me. Eventually the ball comes in away from Mandaza then. Now they're going to put a little bit more width on it. Sent out by Niamunda. Then joining the line, Naikaro. Still dancing their way to the line. Oh, what a score! Zimbabwe with absolute belief as they get their second try of the match. The dancing will continue in the stands. Just sensational width put on it. And they really bit hard, didn't they? There's an awful lot of work to do for Sigauke. Look at the dancing feet. Goodness me. 19-year-old has shown everybody how to be a world-class finisher there. Two on the board for Zimbabwe, and a little surprise that you can hear some animated voices from the Uruguayan huddle.
Fisio.
So it's really good 23 minutes. Let's keep that up, yeah. Five.
What a hit. Great conversion effort from Nakaro. Zimbabwe have 14 on the board now. And it was Niamunda who was just drawing those defenders. That's what provided the space, but Sigauke had so much work to do. Uruguay nil, Zimbabwe 14.
No.
Here come the Toritos once more. Bettini. Then the little dummy. Trying to get through, but only met by Niamunda, who will shut the door and no mistake. Oh, that's a lovely little bust through. Oh, what a score that is! Absolutely bursting through. Geronimo Noceda. A Seminario man, 20 years of age. He wasn't taking no for an answer there, was he? We've got to strike back. We've got to get our first try on the board. And the lock forward has taken full responsibility himself. Little dummy, little roll. The outstretched arm. He took Shingi Manyorara with him for good measure as well. Uruguay hit back. They will be very pleased to have got themselves on the scoreboard before Zimbabwe think they're going to run away with this one. Juan Bautista Crisi. Flags are raised. well, 3 tries in the opening 25 minutes. That the first that has gone the way of the Uruguayans. They're on the board. Is that going to go the full 10?
Play.
Just about. Probably the decision.
Sorry, say again?
No.
All right, not 10 first, so option.
Thought it might have
Scrum.
just been. That was probably around 9
So they
metres
touch you
95.
guys first,
But
so it's not 10, scrum, blue
not
ball.
quite enough from the restart. Coaches will talk about not wanting to make an error upon an error.
Over here. Is it better?
Zimbabwe have conceded the try and then made an error at the restart. So those
Good
sorts
on
of
the
small
last
moments
scrum.
that can
Let's
just
keep
give
that standard
teams a little bit of
place. Okay, good.
confidence. Guillermo Sarache, the coach, will be hoping that that is just going to offer his side the chance to
Crouch.
take this platform.
Bind. Set.
In from Suarez. Oh, it was out almost before he got there. Up over the 10-metre line.
Fair finish, not rolling. Not rolling.
Tendy's been penalised, but he will appeal because I think in his eyes he may have been held in there.
Yep, yep.
Good run from Arijo. It's always a joy when you have those games where
6.
once either team get their lines right, they're capable of scoring, and you really feel that that is the case between these two. Uruguay taking a little while to settle, but
Play ball's always in the
it's
front.
another good take from
No.
Naseda.
Get back.
Now they're going to try and find Storace.
No, no hands wide.
No change out of the Zimbabwe defence that time, and that was foolish. Playing the ball on the floor.
Captain,
Brendan Marume may be called in here.
there's 3 penalty in a row. All right, so 2 not clear release,
Tanaka Gondo.
1 not rolling away, and playing advantage on 1 not rolling away too. Let's manage that. If not, I need to deal with it. All right? Yes. Yep. Give you time.
Tanaka Gondo is also on the vice captaincy, so
Just wait,
he
please.
is called in. Perhaps the view it's a little bit more of a forwards issue in that area of the game.
All right, let's go white, please. Let's go. Good. Short court. Line back on. Short court.
Well, the nature of that word that was had with Zimbabwe has actually allowed Uruguay that time to consider what they want to do here, and
Okay. And see what you're coming from, and that's why I have.
they are one of the sides that are not afraid to take points out there from the boot.
On the breakdown, what happened is the player tried to roll.
Plenty
and
of it
I
in the
want to see him
first
try to
game,
push the player
with those
forward
18
without
points for
defense.
Canessa.
Okay, thank you.
Can Chrissy take them to double figures? Almost the same position as the conversion, so the conclusion unsurprising. 3 points for Los Toritos. Uruguay 10, Zimbabwe 14.
No, it's good timing. Play on.
Well, the referee said it for all of us, didn't he? It was a really good hit. But the timing was spot on.
Lost. It's touched. It's touched.
Ball was touched as it was cleared downfield.
It's inside the half. 50-22.
Was that
it's
kept
on.
in by Uruguay? Would they want it to have been?
No,
Assistant
offside
referee is
touch
already
first.
signalling
But
that the
it's a
ball has gone out,
50-22.
even though the fans may celebrate what they think is a try.
And you go back and kick back. 50-22. 50-22. No. 50-22. Stay here, please. Thank you. Now I explain it clearly. It's touch, and you go back there, break down, 50-22. Let's go. Wait. Hey, come in or out. Time back on.
Another chance for a catch and drive here from Zimbabwe. It didn't quite work out earlier, but they do smuggle the ball back to Chang. Mandaza is trying to whip his cattle forward. Ball goes to ground.
It's always from the middle. You got the right.
Not managing to get it out.
Taking in, so scrum blue ball.
And it is the defensive work of Maximo Lamelas that is going to get praised by his teammates.
Let's go.
Good defence from Uruguay this time.
Yeah, I'm all right. Let's set up, please. Let's go. Robson! Crouch! Bind! Set!
Might have just worked a little room on the outside here. Oh, it's lovely running. Broom looking for the ball back in. Support line was excellent from Juan Gonzalez. Oh, and then the little ball on the toe. Is this going to sit up nicely? Oh! Hands go to the head from Dante Soto. Desperate for that ball to sit up. It was a certain try if it had. The joy of the oval ball.
Ask the numbers. Ask. Time's off. Is that an injury player? You good to go or not? Medic, please. Sorry, captains. Juan. Captain. During the line out, I don't want to shout against numbers. Just provide the numbers to each other, all right? If they didn't provide, I'm not going to count the numbers. Happy? All right, have a word with the team, manage your team. Thank you.
A little bit of ice and attention required. 4 points between the two sides. 4 match days over 15 days in the under-20s World Rugby under-20s trophy. 5 days between the 3 pool stage rounds, then those finals on Sunday the 30th of July.
Just hold the throw for me, please. All right, water off, please. Water off. Still hold the throw. All right, 4, let's go. All right, ready? Both team ready? Good. Time back on.
Defensive line-out work for Zimbabwe. Taken down by Mazuva Gutu.
You lost it.
Direct from Nyamunda. Reversed
Always
back
inside.
for the clearance from Marume. That will do. As ever, fly half would have preferred a little bit more time that his forwards might have afforded him.
Focus down. Okay, let me check, yeah? Yes, then it's, yes, that's okay. Yes. It got to be 1 meter. Got to be clear. No, I'm not going to say. So if past the line, that's okay.
There's a suggestion of a bit of a stinger. A few players just
Okay, still got one more injury player.
feeling the physical
right here.
nature of this one.
Just wait, time's off.
Luka Kambani gets back to his feet.
Keep the game. Be careful here. Sorry? Be careful. You're 4, right? Be careful out. Wait. Yeah, stay. Stay with me. Good. Wait. Time back on. Play.
Off at the tail. Oh, it was tapped down. It's going to be an unlikely score and an unexpected score. Dante Soto was the pouncer. He was just waiting to get onto that ball. It wasn't the tidiest line out. Just tapped down. Scored a try off the bench with his first touch that levelled the scores against the USA. Doesn't need much of an invitation, does he? And the swan dive to finish it as well.
10.
Sensational from the Uruguayan left winger.
Just bring him on, please. And make sure the player's out.
That is a second try to remember. Well, after a slightly shaky start in this one, Uruguay have got themselves into the lead and with the conversion, 3-point lead. Chrissy's conversion.
Thank you so much.
It's Uruguay 17, Zimbabwe 14 now, but look at this from Soto. Love it. Lovely high hanging kick, and that time the timing was not good from Leo Matendi.
Time off. Yep.
Wanda
Time's off,
Matipano
please.
is really putting plenty of airtime on those.
So what I'm saying is, you've got a pot going up.
You got the
6 is
replay.
never on a realistic
Perhaps a little
position,
more of a
so
shout
going
for
pot, more, land on
two
the
people
side, so
competing
it's
for the
couple
ball.
there. Thank you. 6, right?
I think the argument would be that Mutendi
6.
had already lost the contest, and in fact, it looks like the referee's going to go to his pocket here.
Cannot contact the pot in the air, right? You're not in a realistic position to catch the ball. Little card. Yeah, but he come in, so it's either he make contact to the ball or he's straight in the body, right?
Well, Mutendi will be disappointed.
Just wait. Yep.
But it was indeed
Time
what we
back
thought
on.
it might be. Wasn't in a
in the air.
realistic position to compete for it in the end.
Yeah, on the 15.
So we'll
thank you.
spend, well, the last few minutes of the first half and the few minutes
Good work,
at the
Tex.
start of the second on the yellow card naughty step.
Stay here, please. Stay. Thank you.
Zimbabwe down to 14.
2 by 2, Tex, please. 2 by 2.
Lost a back rower. They've also had to change Tamuka Kambani in the end. You may just see
Use
Taunanyasha
it!
Bwanya
Play on.
onto the field with the number 20 on the back.
Tackle, general play,
Power
tackle.
College first 15 captain. But this is Uruguay. Tried to delay the pass, but actually just ended up getting thumped. Zimbabwe said, "You're not going to have all day to do that."
Tackle.
Tidy up work from Amarijo. Suarez there, under the shadow of his own post. Zimbabwe will look to try and put pressure on here, down by a player as they are.
Use
If they can
it.
get any turnover.
Timing.
Suarez with the clearance kick.
Play on.
Zimbabwe take it quickly. Looking into open territory, looking to straighten and try and find the options. It's a really well sized up tackle on Manyanyara.
Stay.
Out the back it goes. Long floated pass over the top, trying to find a way through.
Backwards!
Was Sigake with those devastating feet once more. But
Holding on, extra
guilty
roll.
of rolling and holding on to the ball. Zimbabwe have coughed the ball up. Uruguay will
Firstly, you need to release the ball. then you
breathe
make
a
true
sigh of
roll.
relief, no doubt.
That's it.
Come, boys.
Knock on
That time it
advantage.
was knocked on, and it's Chang who gets it. Then it's away to Manyarara, and then look at it straighten through the middle. Oh, it's good awareness from Niamunda as to where Manyarara was. And Manyarara with the ball away. It's not quite going to be held by Mandaza, and the big number 8 perhaps should have held on to that because they'd made such yardage up to that point. Zimbabwe. Just 18 years of age, Shingi Manyarara. Look at that fend. Went for the offload. He's been offered a 3-year deal with Racing 92, no less, Shingi Manyarara. The decision-making may have been a little questionable, but the talent and the skill, undeniable. It's what has brought about the interest from the top 14 side.
Set!
Just 18 years of age as well.
Penalty advantage.
Now penalty advantage. Uruguay
Driving across.
beginning to just demonstrate a little bit of
Willing under
up-front
pressure.
grunt.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Willing under pressure. Yep, just a mark. No?
Zimbabwe need to make sure that
No,
they
no.
keep a
Clock
foothold
to
in this game as Uruguay grow in confidence.
Six. Yep. Final play, boys.
Referee calls the final play.
Oh.
To the tail and Bertini it goes. Oh, it had been wrestled away momentarily by Zimbabwe.
First one
There
by
was,
blue, second by
as
white.
the referee says,
Half-time.
one knock-on from Uruguay, but Zimbabwe unable to use that advantage as they then knock the ball on themselves. Well, we've been treated to 2 tries apiece. He's had a yellow card for Leo Matendi, which means Zimbabwe will restart the second half with 14 as they finish the first. Got themselves out to a 14-0 lead, but Uruguay finally found their rhythm, got the 2 tries on the board and the points from the boot from Juan Bautista. Crisi at half-time in the Neo Stadium in the World Rugby Under-20s trophy. It's Uruguay 17, Zimbabwe 14. Second half to come very soon. We'll be back here very shortly.
No. Penalty advantage. The penalty advantage.
Hiyo conversion imeingia kweli.
God. I'm playing a penalty advantage against you not rolling away. I'm playing a penalty. No, it's okay. Yes, please. Yeah, just chop on clock, eh? Play. Okay. 10. Yeah, just bring him on, please, and make sure the play is out.
bobo. Kuja hapo chini. Sini kusaidia bwana. Nakuuliza tu kwa unakimbia. Kimbia naye tumezoea kukimbia. Sasa tunaweza saa kutoa wawili. Chora laini uwe na safu hapo na hapa. Zimbabwe tunashinda. Hiyo ripoti kwa kwa Zimbabwe inashinda. Unataka kile
Three points between the two sides in this, our second game of the World Rugby Under-20 Trophy for 2023. Uruguay, who were down 14 points to nil in that first half, but they managed to find their way back into it. Zimbabwe losing Leo Matendi in terms of yellow card. You just possibly see him at the bottom of your picture, bottom right, the greeny yellow scrum cap. And we'll be hoping to get him back after the first 4 or 5 minutes of this second half. Uruguay looking for their second win in the competition. Zimbabwe hoping to put that loss to Scotland behind them.
Good.
Referee Craig Chan gets everyone ready. And Tawanda Matipano sends the ball down. It's a good take from Storace.
I'll step white step. That's outside 22. That's outside.
Scotland against the USA will follow this match, and then a little bit later on, Spain against Kenya to wrap up day 2. Ball played away from the speedster Sigauke. Tondo Mukandapi. Then it's away through Nakairo. They've lost a lot of meters in sending the ball down the line. Zimbabwe, they've got to make sure they do so on the front foot.
No, you kick.
Really good turnover from Pedro Lorenzo is going to be the one to get the congratulations. Well, in fact, I thought it was the front rower. It was Cambon, the skipper.
Options. Kept it. Short call. Short call.
Uruguay continuing to show this game management that we saw on day 1 on Saturday. They've got the opportunity to punish with another 3 points from this sort of distance. If the opposition is going to be indisciplined, well, why not? Trucy, the ball pointed at the sticks. Well, that was never on target, was it?
Option. Come out.
Second half will remain scoreless. Uruguay still with their noses in front.
No, that's 1, 2 ball.
Wonder what
Yep.
Sean D'Souza would have been saying to
Make sure you change
his
the behind.
charges. 14
Change
out
the
of the
behind.
23 that are in today's squad won the 2022 Barthez Trophy. Of course, they won it back-to-back in 23 as well in April. Barthez Trophy, incidentally, named after the former Africa Rugby president, Jean-Luc Barthez. Penalty goes to Zimbabwe. But it's just to illustrate that with 14 out of 23 that have done that back-to-back year after year, there is a real core of familiarity in this under-20s side. Obviously, we know that at this level, through 18s, 19s, 20s, the evolution can be strong, but you will get these teams that have been in transition for a couple of years and been together. 6 players from the Prince Edward Boys School, big rugby school in Harare. Head coach D'Souza coaching many of them there as well.
Get blue, get.
Can the Junior Sables
Get one.
make some of those connections tell a little more in this second half? Clap of the hands was the dummy call to the front.
Play on backwards by blue.
Uruguay did a decent spoil job.
Tackle.
Amarija down on one knee to play scrum half.
Tackle. That's inside and use it.
Guti tries to put the pressure on. Another good clearance. Mutendi is on his feet, hoping to be invited back onto the field. Got another visitor watching on. He paid for his ticket.
I want to get.
Certainly didn't know we were using Hawkeye in the World Rugby Under-20s trophy. In from Chan, played through Manyarara. He's going to just be boot to ball. It just sits up. Where's it going to bounce? It's had to be played from Creasy. Oh, it's a super take. And what can Zimbabwe do with it? Decision not to throw it there, just as important as any decision to make a pass. Oh, but then it couldn't be held. It was all fingertip stuff from the Junior Sables, and little look from Marume to the touchline. Oh, so close.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big shove from the Zimbabwe pack that time. Uruguay were just able to use it in time, but you can hear the scream as soon as Boot went to ball there. Belted out on the full.
Yeah. Let's go finish line up first.
Uruguay did well to use that, given the pressure that they were under. They go to the front through Gutu and away from Mandaza. Again using Manyarara, ball floated wide to the outside to Matipano. Puts boot to ball. That's going to be a fairly simple mark to take. Former Zimbabwe school swimmer, Benoni Naikaro. Comfortable playing 10.
Blue on the line, please. Step on it. Yeah, thank you.
Lineout's not been the happiest hunting ground for Zimbabwe. And once again, it goes awry. Oh, lovely little shape to kick. Everybody gets excited when a front rower like Lamalas thinks about kicking it, but the turnover is good enough for Zimbabwe. They try and use it. The attempted catch from Juan Gonzalez.
Not going only, clear attempt to catch.
And you hear the referee say very quickly before anyone has an opinion otherwise that Gonzalez was making a clear attempt to catch it and race away.
Yeah, we're still on this side.
No such suggestion of a yellow card or a cynical tap down of the ball.
I want clear break foot to be out, okay? You two keep the bounce up, all right? Keep the bounce up.
Charicha and Ngobile Manyara
Crouch.
played for Harare under-17s.
Bind.
127 kgs
Set.
on that tight head side.
Now ball's
Oh,
away.
ball was
Already
played
the
back
back
from the
play on.
number 8.
Backwards.
Marume looked for the little ball inside. Did it come off a Uruguayan hand?
Anything more than knockout.
Was a knock on. Got themselves right in the channel to stop that training ground move being executed. Just a long way back for Dion Kumalo to have to walk.
Do you see what is the number?
Change being sized up. Nicolas Conti is waiting to come on.
Yeah, bring him on, please. Bring him on. Bring him on. And then make sure the player's out, please.
So it looks like we're going to see Santiago Cagnone.
For me on that one.
Can play both sides of the scrum. Can also
play
at hooker.
That's why it's just a general play.
Maybe the position is.
Right. Yeah, I just explained to him.
Lying out Francisco Garcia, though.
Yeah.
Also
yes,
likely to be the man that
tackle.
comes on in that role.
That's what I judge. But I get what you mean, but have a look. I will have a look. Right, Mark's it. Make sure you stay up, not knee down. Yeah. Time back on. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Quick ball in from Suarez. And away from Bertini. Flick back. A little bit more depth on it.
Stay.
Storace didn't have an awful lot of time and space.
No.
They are, well, they were going to look to come back down the short side. Ten Herber was waiting for it, but it's going to be an offside penalty call.
5 white, offside.
Plays his rugby with the Montevideo Cricket Club. Joaquin Suarez. One of those at 19 years of age.
White half set first, don't close my gap. Good, let's go. Root.
Line out goes to the tail.
No,
Maul is called, and look at the speed that Uruguay are getting on this as it careers towards the line.
White 18 side entry.
Penalty is going to go against Zimbabwe, and in fact the referee, while he was considering the penalty against Jerry Zizengwe,
Penalty try. White 18,
blows for the
18,
penalty try.
18,
There's going to be a yellow card as well for Zizengwe.
18.
Not been on the field too long.
18 numbers. Cynical infringement, side entry, collecting the maul.
Not what the doctor ordered from a Zimbabwe point of view, but the dominance that Uruguay showed there from the tail and then the drive, it's gone and earned them a full 7 points. Matipano.
Tackle!
Well, it was only about 5 or 6 minutes that Zimbabwe were back up to their full complement, but back they go down to 14 now.
It's outside.
Huge kick.
Play on, it's kicked.
Well, there's a real wrestle for the ball in that tackle, but Zimbabwe are going to get it back on their side, and does it. Another loose pass. Just so keen to get it to the width. It's not hugely challenging Uruguay in terms of their man-on-man marking. They're just able to drift as a number and put that pressure on in those wider channels. Just need a few men to hit it up in the midfield.
You set.
Draw in some of those sky blue defenders. That's more like it. Support needs to get there for the clear out. So that may have come a little painfully.
Ball's out.
Oh, and now there's a chance to come straight through. Gutu. Solid run. Attempt of the turnover, but sufficiently cleared out. This is better from Zimbabwe. Now it's away from Nyamunda and looks to try and get the offload away. Sigauke, though, didn't have any room to play, and it was almost forwards from Nyamunda. But a little more patient.
You injured? Time's off. Injury. If your head is always down, the cleaner will be there anyway. No, but so let me have a check. Good to go. All right, in or out, please. In. All right, let's go, please. No. Listen up. You can do the same thing, Captain. All right. You can do exactly the same thing. I didn't say no. All right, water off, please. Medic off. Wait. Hold the phone for me, Tex. All right. Time back on.
Zimbabwe still,
Knock on green.
momentarily got a hand to it. They've ended up knocking it on, though.
It's a knock on.
Uruguay have the knock-on advantage, and
No. It's a knock on first.
Amarillo
So scrum, green ball. Sorry, scrum, blue ball. Max here.
to knock it on again himself, just to force the scrum rather than to play under that
Next
pressure.
time, don't just throw it. Let me know. Then I play the advantage for you.
Given Zimbabwe
You just
did a
throw it,
pretty
yeah?
good job of putting some force
All right, let's go.
through the scrum last time. Might be some questions. Of course, they are now without Jerry Zisengwe.
Just tell me I want the advantage. I play for it. Time up, sub, please.
So changes going to
9
have
and
to be
4.
made.
9 subs and 4. 4.
9 and 4.
4.
Number 4. Plus 4.
So change is being made.
Can I
Shadrick
confirm that, please?
Mandaza is checking whether it's him. He doesn't think it is.
Uruguay blue at 9 and 4.
It's gonna
Is it
be-
Uruguay or Sim? Yeah. But now it's number 7 coming
Either
off.
way, we have Martin Hakunavanu coming on because we need the requisite number of front rowers for this scrum.
Yep. Just wait, please. I want to make the subs correct, please.
Not entirely clear who's been
Can
sacrificed.
No. Well, Are we good to go? Good to go. Just play on. Nah, sorry. Time's off, boys. Sorry. Are we finished with the subs? Thank you. Yep. Set up, please. Crouch.
They are a man down at Zimbabwe, but you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to try and put the pressure on here if they can.
Stay.
But it's really solid work from Uruguay
Lost. Green. Lost.
on the platform that was needed from Pedro Brum.
No, out. Nah, ball set. Don't milk it. Use it.
Little double caterpillar is just going to give Suarez a little bit more room to make the box kick clearance. Nicely done.
Blue. Gap. 8. Uruguay. Gap. Uruguay. Gap. 5. Yep, good.
Come back on.
Martin Civetta is on for Uruguay, as is Pedro Hoblog. But it's quick ball off the top for Zimbabwe. Really good sit down of the hand from Kumalo. It was nice from the outside centre. Then Nakaro is just looking to try and thread it through, but a little too much.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, taxi. Options.
Just guilty of going for the high-risk play, perhaps a little earlier than they need to, Zimbabwe. They've got the power, and they've got the pace. Uruguay seem to have settled as the game has gone on. They're not making too many errors on their own in their own 22 now.
Play, general play.
Exiting pretty safely.
No, play on general play.
Ball down from Bertolotti. Has it been wrestled away though? No. Uruguay number 5 was able to wrestle it back and bring it to ground as the clearance is made by Hoblog.
Inside the half.
Take by Sigauke, by Matipano.
Keep coming.
Medic is on, just
Free kick.
giving a bit of attention here for Juan Pedro Lorenzo.
Yeah. No, play on. Wait.
Referee content to play on.
When you're ready.
That'll do as far as Ricardo Amarillo is concerned, but now we will have time off.
9 blue. 9. Okay. Yeah, just wait for your injury player too. On. Don't call Mo for me because you confuse everyone. I call it. Okay, you just say nothing. Okay. Yeah. 5 blue. 5.
Here comes Martin Civetta.
For me.
Actually going to replace Manuel Bertolotti.
Break down. Break down. Okay, I have a look, but I think I have this one. Just hold the throw, please. Still, you got injury player taping. All right, let's go,
Pedro
please.
Lorenzo looks like he's going to continue. They do have Duban Silveira on the bench, but well,
Half step for
in
me,
an
please.
emotional
Half
week for
step.
Duban
Blue,
Silveira
half
after
step.
the well, awful news that
Half step.
his mother
Step,
passed away
step.
last Saturday.
Blue. Time back on.
He is on the bench, showing immense resolve to continue in his role for Los Teritos. Stepping out the tackle and getting out the right-hand fend. That's what you can expect from Alex Niamunda. And his centre partner, Kumara, old Hararians under-20s captain, former Prince Edward School. And it's there for Mandaza. Little more width on it. Again, using Shingi Manyorara. Oh, penalty goes for Uruguay. And the referee is quite happy to point out each of the Zimbabwe players coming off their feet, denying any competition for the ball. Quarter of the game remaining, but just feel that Zimbabwe need a little change of effort, change of energy. Play a little bit more like Uruguay are managing to in terms of game management, in terms of territory and possession. Get yourselves into the right area of the field and be able to play from there, but guilty of overplaying perhaps inside their own half at times, kicking it away when they're in the opposing half.
4. Let's go.
Lamelas. Nicely done. Mutendi in there trying to spoil. In comes Hoblog. Fires it away for Lamelas.
Lost! Swing around.
This is rugby in Argentina, does Lamelas. Driven back, Arturo Denhover.
Yeah, you got the ball,
Montpellier
slow
man.
ball.
Now released out the back, and it's nicely done. Amarillo looking to just try and use the footwork, and is it going to be the offload? Oh, and has it gone forwards on its way to Alfonso Chazanarov? Yes, it has.
pass. Scrum wide.
Was looking so good up to that point, wasn't it? Storace did well, but no suggestion that the ball was going out of the hands backwards that time.
Robson!
Make sure you get your timing right, stability, then go.
Scrum time for Zimbabwe. Still down to 14.
Crouch! Boy! Set!
Uruguay coming straight through. The ball's come out quickly.
Play on backwards.
Referee is happy for things to continue. Marume having to wrestle his way through. Look at that.
Take it now!
He does get the ball to ground. Oh, does he? It's been ripped from him on the way down, has it? But no, he had his knees on the floor, so it was already a tackle, and the release was not coming in from Uruguay. So Zimbabwe will breathe a sigh of relief. And a little apology from Brendan Marume, who I think was just getting into the referee. Been without Mazuva Gutu during the yellow card period. As the man sacrificed as Kunavanu had to come on in the place of
Just hold the phone, please. Hold. Wait. Half skip. Sorry. All right, bring him back on then. Bring him on. All right, good to go. May I have the number so I can help you out?
So a little bit of a breakdown in communication around the replacements at the minute.
Wait. Sorry, time's off, boys. Subs control, can you confirm me? Are we good to go? So yellow back on, any subs going out?
So it is the return of Jerry Zisengwe,
So I got 17 coming off.
former first 15 captain of the Wise Owl School.
So now it's all good. Good to play? Thank you.
And
Still wait for me,
Martin
please.
Hakunavanu's
Good to go, ready?
initial few minutes
Time back on.
are complete. The line-out is stolen. Maximo Lorenzo Ilosada.
Tackle!
All comes out. Head down from Lamelas. Back down the short side and stepping through the tackles goes Martin Civetta.
Tackle now, release! Tackle!
Oh, it's lovely, quick hands. Just to send Lamelas away once more, Tenhova. Really nice, and then he gets the ball back on the inside as Zisengwe puts in the shoulder for the tackle. Then it's there for Cambon, the skipper.
Lost!
Ball was lost though.
And pass the ball.
Zimbabwe thought they had the chance of the turnover there, but
Short call.
saw the referee gesture that hands went beyond the ball in trying to do so. Real technical area of the game. But it might present Uruguay with the chance of another 3 points. Ricardo Amarillo, the man lining them up. It's another 3. Uruguay 27, Zimbabwe 14. Matipana just came a little bit off the right side of the boot there, wasn't over towards the left where his forwards were going.
Step. Good.
Uruguay will reload through the replacements. Lorenzo Ilosada and Chanazarov. Civetta with the long limb.
Use it.
And joined by Cagnone.
It's inside.
Oh, it's been knocked on here. This is going to present a gilt-edged opportunity again for Uruguay. Civetta. Oh, he opted to not give the ball, then got low enough to then just tunnel his way through. And then it's up for Lorenzo.
Finish over.
Now for Pedro Hoblog. It was well tackled. Players calling for calm. You can hear the calls of tranquilo. Gonzalez had to come in and play scrum half in the absence of Hoblog. Tenhova.
Leave him, leave him, leave him.
Oh, the little dart option to go from Hoblog. It was nearly there. And then on the support line, it is going to be the score. Guillermo Juanstorache gets in for the try. He has a look at his scrum half to say it was all you. But able to be on the shoulder. And Uruguay are powering away in this contest now. First a little show on the inside.
Time's off, please. Yes, yes, time's off.
It's just the offload off the floor that did it.
You got
Storace
72 seconds. 72
with the
seconds.
try.
Time back on.
Fourth try on the bonus point. As far as points in the table go.
You gotta tell the sub-controllers too. Don't tell us when it's a try. Just do it. Yeah, that's good.
Successful conversion. Another one for Amarillo.
Yeah, that's okay. Just be careful, eh? Time's off. Time's off. Thank you. All right. Yeah. I wait until you set up, then I put the time back on. All right, because it's technical. All right, ready? Good to go? Time back on, please. That's inside 22.
Cleared downfield. Zimbabwe. Well, they'll be hoping for the sort of spirit that they managed to show against Scotland in terms of scoring 5 tries in the final 26 minutes. They need to find a bit of that energy now, trailing by 20 as they are. Uruguay looking pretty assured though.
Leave him, thank you. Leave him.
Box kick over the top. It's gone out in the full.
Come up, sub, please. 18 white. Yeah, time's 2 off. Hold it forward for me, thanks. Thank you.
Little grimace on the face of Jerry Zesengwe.
All right, make a decision, please. Good to go.
Tambon. Carrasco Polo Club player. Back into the action. Martin Hakunavanu, who we saw come on for the yellow card earlier, is now back on for Zesengwe. And we have also Tanaka Ndoro with the white scrum pup, who is on at hooker.
Stay. Use it! Timing white,
And I think
timing.
the replacements of Uruguay has just given them even more control This is going to be a real contest. Sagauke did well under the pressure
That's
of
inside.
Gonzalez. Oh, it's going to be another loose ball, but it's going to work as a bounce pass. Not a lot of room to operate in over on that right-hand side. Zimbabwe will come back. Need to make sure that they've got a decent bit of depth on it as Tawanyana Bwanya gets it down. Ndora twisting and turning, trying to find the way forward, but oh, it's been knocked on by Hakuna Vanu. It's just going to be a scrum.
No advantage. So scrum blue. I'm off. Give the mark for me, please. Text. It's right here.
Plenty of people sucking in the air now. Just past at 1:30 local time.
If it is not an injury, we've got to stop and go on. Okay.
Temperatures climbing to around the mid-20s, and it's not going to be far off that now. Match clock showing just over 12 minutes remaining.
All right, let's go. Change it. Yep, change it. 1 second. It's okay.
Is there going to be anything in this match for Zimbabwe?
Yep.
If they're going to come, they have to come now.
Yep, good.
Uruguay supporters in full voice.
All right, water off, please. I will set up and put the time back on.
Well, there is the big frame of Duban Silveira, who is on for Uruguay. We certainly send our condolences to him for the
Make sure you pass our standard to your new prop.
passing of his mother last Saturday.
Text, this size is yours.
18 years of age, he is 145 kgs. Anyone who's been enjoying the sort of stats and figure of one Pasolo Tuilangi recently, turning out in France under-20s colours, well, Duban Silveira is pulling out some similar numbers in South America. Big shove as well. Look at this from Los Toritos. Going to try and control this as much as they can. Now they have the penalty advantage. It will be a chance to use it.
Wheeling under pressure, much like that. Wheeling under pressure.
Silveira gets a big hug from his teammates.
Wheeling under pressure. Tight head.
What a weapon to bring on.
Post. Not cool.
Going to be another chance for Amarillo.
Yep, perfect.
He's taken over the kicking duties in the second half from Creasy. Another 3 points will just continue to push them away. Sent down for Strache, who rather sliced the clearance.
Stuff's coming on. No. Uruguay. Out.
Look on the face of these Zimbabwe fans, telling the story that you need to know really from this one. If you are just joining us on day 2, match 2 of the World Rugby Under-20s Trophy. Uruguay looking good to continue on their mission of staying involved right to the end of the competition in terms of who might get promotion to the Under-20s Championship. We saw France lift the trophy, but it was Japan who finished 12th in the championship. Who will be relegated? Who will it be that goes up? Scotland, of course, one of the firm favourites. Looks a little bit like Arturo Tenhover has got a bit of an injury there, calling for the medics over, but his teammates will continue to play. But there was a question over whether that went forwards, and indeed was spotted by the assistant on the far side. And the heat and the cramp beginning to take its toll by the looks of things.
And he's always in front. That's a penalty for you guys. But he's always from the back, then go up. All right, thank you. Yeah. Okay. You're still the captain, right? Yeah. So what happened is I want your back line, the defense line, half step ball. Now it's too tight, all right? And I will just hurry up for them.
Following this match,
all right, please, Uruguay.
Joe Burns will be bringing you all of the action from Scotland Under-20s against the USA. USA who went down to Uruguay by the narrowest of margins.
Please make sure the clock is off. Time's off, please, boys.
And I'll be back to bring you Spain against Kenya.
Yep.
Last game of the day, 4 o'clock local time kickoff. Arturo Tenhover then looking a little uncomfortable as he leaves the field.
Okay.
We see Francisco Garcia.
All right, ready? Sit up, please. Sit up. Sit up.
A couple of 18-year-olds now in that front row for Uruguay, including Silveira.
Time back on. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Simbarache, Kanyan Garara, replacement scrum half. Going to have some work to do to try and get hold of that. The work has been done by Manyarara. Oh, and he's still going. Not held in the tackle either, so has another bite at the cherry. Then it's away from Kanyan Garara. Oh, it was a really tantalising ball to invite Storace onto it. Storace backpedals and manages to get involved. Is this ball going to go into touch? It is indeed.
It go outside from the 22, so general play. Line out, grid white, thank you. Nice touch, no quick. So line out, white 4.
Ball had been touched, so it's going to be a Zimbabwe ball.
So one half step, please.
Reminding them they're unable to go quickly.
White, step on the line. No, Hoka. On me. Good, stay here, stay. Right. Time's off, sorry boys, time's off. You got a head injury. Sorry, time's off please, you can't see. Medic. Are you medic? Medic? Excuse me. Doctor. Are you can't see.
So, some attention needed for Shingi Manyarara. Struggling with his vision.
No, just the eyes can't see. So,
Certainly an incredibly bright prospect at just 18 years of age. A 3-year deal with Racing 92. Always worth a mention. Uruguay's final match in Pool A will be against Scotland. Next round of matches, of course, taking place next Tuesday, the 25th. Zimbabwe yet to face the USA, which will be the first match of the day on day 3 next week.
And if we can get prop, that's it. Good, safe. So are we good to go?
So Manyarara has taken his leave.
Time back on.
Maybe he gets the due care and attention he requires. Tanaka Chinyanga, we saw just joining the field as well. The line out is not going to function well. Jumped on by Garcia. Uruguay on the edge of the Zimbabwe 22 once more. Quick pick from Civetta. Tackle was in from Toanan Yashabanya. Amarillo trying to thread it through to the bodies, looking to get on those inside shoulders. Quick pass away from Alfonso Shahnazarov. Just guilty of going a little bit backwards and a little flat-footed at the minute, and Zimbabwe are doing well to keep the pressure up. Oblog. Not too much on out there. Civetta goes to ground, and
Second attempt.
attempted rip from Hoblog was not rewarded. Good hands in the end from Juan Gonzalez.
No, general play only.
Little dummy from Hoblog, looks to try and go himself, then gets the offload back in for Amarillo. Uruguay have gone back a good 20 metres from when they were knocking on the 22 of Zimbabwe.
Just scrum. So firstly, the players here, you cannot push the ball straight to him. So scrum, blue ball.
Sensible observation from the referee, not falling for any of the attempted penalty earning.
So the players rolling
Uruguay
away.
were trying to do.
Push into you, say the milk penalty. Play ball is unplayable, so it's just scrum, blue ball. Yep.
Scrum restart.
Yeah, time's is off, boys. Clock off, please. So what happened? Listen up.
Uruguay
listen up.
won the only
I cannot
meeting
do
between
anything.
these
I'm
two
not doing
sides
anything. I understand your frustration.
in this tournament
So I could
before.
check,
50 points to
okay?
22
But
winners in
okay?
2016.
Right? What happened is the previous breakdown, once the ruckus form, they try to go on the hands, right?
Looks
I'm
like
not
that
going to
result
I'm not happy
today.
with that. Let's change the attitude. If not, it'll just penalty against penalty. Right?
It's
Thank
going
you.
to be enough to see them head into the
Right, let's
final
go,
round
please.
of
Let's
pool
go.
fixtures
Get up,
with
please.
hopes of promotion to the Under-20s Championship very much intact.
All right, set up first, and then put the time back on. Right, let's go, let's go. On my left. Crouch! Bind! Set!
In from Hoblog. Scrum going forwards.
Quiet.
No infringements yet. To see the arm come up from the referee. Uruguay would love to see the penalty advantage being awarded, but it is now. Hoblog gets the ball away. Broom. Is there going to be room in the corner for Juan Gonzalez? No, he loses it. We will come back though for the penalty.
I'm off, please. Time's off. Back 10, please. Back 10. Back. Nah, time's off. I'm talking to my AF, please. Give me time.
Conversation here between referee Chan
So let me tell you what you're
and his
seeing.
assistant.
When they're trying to come over here, all right, so I'm playing advantage from there. When they come over, when they try to go to dive for the player, dive for the try, this player here, the winger, is tackled above the shoulder and the ball knock it on, all right? Do you see the same thing? Yes. So for me, since they have a penalty against before they try to score, if the penalty is not happening, it should be a try. So for me, it's a penalty try.
Well, referee is looking at a penalty try here, Craig Chan.
Am I correct? All right, thank you. All right, let me explain. So what happened is,
Let's listen in.
when the player is diving for the try, this player here high tackled and the ball knocked it on. All right. So for me,
We
it's a
will get the
penalty
benefit
try,
of the
yellow card for
replay.
him. All right. So
There's the high tackle. Referee absolutely spot on. That causes the ball to be lost when otherwise he
Time back
thinks the
on.
try would have been scored. So it's another 7
11.
points,
11.
and it's going to
high
be a
tackle.
yellow card for Sigalke. Excellent officiating. Had the conversation with his assistant. Explains it clearly. to the players, no arguments. And it's just rubbing salt in the wound, but they got themselves in that position, Uruguay, and they'll get the full 7 points. Zimbabwe back down to 14. And it's a 30-point advantage now for Los Teritos. Oh, the little offload just wouldn't quite go to hand.
Play on. Always inside.
Quick line out taken. Trying to find the gaps. Will they open up? Nakaro was well scragged. Marume. Dancing around one, dancing around two, getting through the gap and finding the support on the shoulder. Is there going to be a little flourish from Zimbabwe?
Lost, blue lost.
To give the fans a little something to cheer. Oh, the intercept is going to be picked off though. It's not going to be something to cheer for the Zimbabwe fans. It's going to be the absolute cherry on the cake for Uruguay. Chanazarov seeing it coming, and the 19-year-old Old Boys Club man has raced away. Just knew it was coming, didn't you? Well, he certainly did. It's a 6th try all told. Just reached out the right arm, and he was gone. Well. Zimbabwe, remember, in that first half were 14 points up. But beyond that, it's been 49 unanswered points, and this could be the kick from Amarijo to take them over the 50. Which it is. Uruguay 51, Zimbabwe 14. Just another chance to have a look at that pick out of the air. Beautifully done. You can feel the run of Nicolas Conti.
Use it. White's timing. No. Thank you.
Kept in field from Marume. Just need someone to go forward from a Zimbabwe perspective. It was going to be a decent touch finder, but extraordinarily just absolutely
Forward
held
pass.
up on the turf.
Forward. Scrum.
There'll be a scrum.
No. Lift the ball. It's scrum. 30 seconds.
Segunda. Ganamos. Es el partido este clan.
Crouch.
Bajo.
Bind. Set.
All sat there for a moment.
Penalty advantage.
They will just milk these scrums for every penalty that they can get now, Uruguay. Earn themselves more time. And confirmation from the referee that time is up as the ball is cleared into the stands from Uruguay. It's been a comprehensive victory for the South Americans. Los Teritos scoring 6 tries in the process. Zimbabwe going out with those first two scores to a 14-point lead, but from the 24th minute onwards, it was all Uruguay. 56 minutes to score, 51 points. And that's been the story of match 2 on day 2 of the World Rugby Under-20s trophy. Uruguay with their second victory in the competition will bounce nicely into day 3. Zimbabwe will no doubt feel that they have wounds to lick after that one. Sean D'Souza perhaps a little disappointed with moments of lack of composure and a few yellow cards to boot from his side. Plenty of the match having to be played with 14. But a decent win for Uruguay. They will continue to enjoy the positive feeling in this competition, and why not? Next match following this one, Scotland against the USA. Joe Burns would love your company for that one, but it's finished. Uruguay 51, Zimbabwe 14.
To ask each and every one of you to be upstanding for the national anthem of Scotland. national anthem of the United States of America.
Two famous anthems observed for two great rugby nations as Sylvain Mane of Senegal purses his lips for the first World Rugby Under-20 trophy match as referee in his career.
Captain.
Assistant to a couple of matches on day one, including the USA's late defeat to Uruguay. He's now the main man as he gets us underway, with Scotland kicking long and high and beyond the pod into the arms of the USA team, who are looking to bounce back after a first loss to Uruguay under-20s in over 2 decades. Los Territos emulating the form of their senior men's side to put them as the premier American side after Los Pumas.
Okay, your mark, please.
And for Scotland, Corey Tate throwing in for the first time, having enjoyed himself on safari this week, he said, in the pre-match build-up, and his smart work and pop to a rushing runner gives Scotland some good front football. Finlay Thompson at inside centre, taking it on that bit more and flashing down the right flank. Here's Logan Jarvie running out of room. But early threats from those in lavender jerseys. And Logan Jarvie, enormous boots to fill. That really unfortunate absence of Geordie Gwynn, who scored a hat-trick and was rampaging through the Zimbabwean ranks all afternoon.
You go back.
Well, it didn't go to plan from Scotland, but they come away with possession with Callum Norrie. Heavy carry. And still, Scotland send their big men through. Do they sense room on the left-hand side? Andrew McLean chopped down. Really bright work from Scotland at the moment, but that's a good jackal coming in from the Eagles. It just presented itself, didn't it? Solomon Williams.
Not releasing ball, please.
Right on that.
It's not for me. Okay. Move, please. Space, please.
It was the first time these two are meeting at trophy level. Their two previous under 20 scraps against each other were in the championship. And that is a lively little break from the USA, weaving through the Scottish defenders. Corbin Smith.
Move, move.
Great opportunity for the USA going to their centres.
No hand, no hand.
Such a strong pairing they've got in Tukuafu and Captain Besag.
Release.
Back into the 22. Scotland reorganised. This time it's Connor Devos,
Leave now, take it.
the Lindenwood man. The Scottish defence holding firm at the moment.
Plan.
Eagles leave the ball behind before a thunderous right shoulder comes in to snuff the counter-attack. That's Dominic Besag. And after a flurry of activity and threats to the Scottish scoreboard, ball finally finds its way across the chalk. But
Please.
good intent shown
Straight.
by both
No,
sides
please.
early in this
Thank you.
contest.
Move.
Cade Christ, pretty varied sporting CV, basketball, baseball, ice hockey, but showing that he's got the accuracy to find the throw that creates the opportunity for a kick to chaos for the USA. Their quickest to react, but that's desperate, brilliant defense from Dan King.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, it looked to be a certain try
Captain,
for Yosefa Toaival.
you have an option. You take the scrum. Scrum.
But Dan King racing across and getting just enough contact to force the knock on.
Offside 7. Please, on the mark, please. On the mark, please. Where is the mark, please? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Please. Number 7, purple, offside.
Sorry. What happened on my last small? Number 3.
Yeah, okay.
Number 3. Can you watch that? Came straight around.
Okay.
Like up?
Yeah.
Perch.
Go in, please. Please. Plan. Use that. Okay, step back, please. Thank you. Move, step back. Advantage over. Turn. Yes, moving.
Scotland attacking from their own half, finding seams and looking for offloads, but picked off by a retreating USA defender. Under pressure, the dark blue jerseys at the moment. Solomon Williams just orchestrating his players around him, taking some pace
It's in.
off proceedings. For a big booming kick from Huey Kennedy, relieves a bit of pressure, but it does invite the dangerous runners of Scotland from deep.
No, Blue. Plan. Advantage over. Further knock on. Oh, play. Plan. Stop! Time off. We have one player on the ground. It's okay? Okay. Please. Time off. Come. Yes.
Numbers! Numbers! 7! Wait, snare! Snare!
Time on.
Line out to Scotland. Stolen from the USA. And just finding room out of the back. Oh, the hands were so good to get it beyond the outside centre channel.
Knock on.
And Ben Salmon injecting himself at pace. Not able to hold on to the offering.
Time off. One player on the ground, please.
But support from all around the world. Uruguayan fan will be very, very happy with their position out here in Kenya at the moment. 2 games, 2 wins, including that famous one against the USA by a whisker. In Scotland, it's been a long old wait for the opportunity of redemption. 2019, that's when they fell out of the under-20s championship reckoning with that loss to Fiji.
Sit.
They're looking to bounce back at the first time of asking. But stern opposition presents themselves in this pool, including USA and their centres. Tukuafu almost finding room between the opposite pairing.
Clear release.
But in reverse, too much pressure
Release. We go on the ball.
on the breakdown and a penalty to Scotland. Sylvain Mane, the man in the middle. Does have a bit of under-20s international experience, having officiated the 2022 under-20 Barts Trophy. Dan King finds a hearty touch, and were it not for his intervention in defence, it would have been points on the board in this game. As it is,
Space, please.
neither side yet to break the other's resolve. Good leap from Jake Parkinson.
Ball.
And the rest of his crew form around him. USA powerful in attack from the driving maul in their opening match, but susceptible here. Room down the left, And Finn Douglas finishes in a flash. Well, he still had work to do. His opposite man to beat. But Finn Douglas, with all that pace, had too much room. And he roars across for the opening score of the match. Ben Afshar, who packed his kicking boots against the Junior Sables. Has packed the same ones for the Eagles. A fine strike and 2 more points for the captain and for Scotland. Southern Knights and Edinburgh Rugby man. Celebrating in the sun in Nairobi. It's getting hot. It is clear blue skies and perfect running rugby weather.
Use it!
Ben Afshar goes tight to the touchline. Good box. Quite long. Does give room to return. USA could do with some time on the ball. They go through Aidan Christians. Just the lines overrun on that occasion by USA. So not many options. That's why they find themselves behind the gain line. Solomon Williams trying to poke things on a bit, and his injection of pace has allowed room for Santos to streak through into the 22. The USA go. Williams, quick recycle again. A bit of inaccuracy and then hesitancy of who to claim the bouncing ball. Means USA are back to their 10. Kennedy.
He played from the side, he's happy for me.
Christians growing into the game.
Move!
Well, this left side is where USA are profiting, and they're really profiting now. Sky high in Nairobi with Corbin Smith celebrating a key try for the Eagles. Well, the threat of Bessard and Tukuafu has been evident all match. Tukuafu making the break and having the composure to find Smith streaking on in support.
Thank you, Saba, for the offside. Yeah.
The USA supporter in a Western Province jersey, or a Stormers jersey more accurately maybe, enjoying that try time from the USA. There may be a little more to cheer about if Hugh Kennedy can slot this to draw USA level. And the man from Old Belvedere Rugby Club does the business. USA showing Scotland just how they can strike. Kickoff eventually claimed. Hayden Christians was in there, but couldn't quite claim it cleanly.
Release.
Kennedy pumps it out on the full, and that grimace tells you that he's just realised that Solomon Williams passed it back to him in the 22. And that is a big error to invite some pressure onto the USA defence. But Scotland fluff their lines. Back they go, all the way into their 22. Jarvie gets wrapped up. Hayden Mackay, such a hard-working back row. He was exceptional as the late replacement at hooker in their match against Uruguay. 2 tries, and
Stop, please.
it's a real force of nature. Rand Santos, who's looked silky, elusive every time he's got the ball, gets stopped on the halfway before shoveling onto a teammate. Off goes Toy Iwao. Connor Devos.
No hands.
And Mackay offered himself, but instead Williams opts to go to the left, and it's a good option as well, as the captain
Move back, please.
breaks the line and takes USA to the doorstep of the 22.
Offside,
Kennedy
Offside 9.
stoops low ungraciously, but comes away with the ball. Santos sees a bit of room,
Stop.
but Dan
Coming
King is
back.
too sharp.
Offside 9. Thank you.
Well, there's no denying USA have got an impressive running game. Rand Santos at fullback,
Okay.
the centres, Besag and Tukuafu.
Offside number
We've
9.
already seen the lightning finishing ability of Corbin Smith. It's just a case of whether the halfbacks Williams and O'Kennedy
10, number 10. Mark is here.
can knit it all together.
Thanks.
A modest touch finder from O'Kennedy. But the main thing is USA have claimed it. Mackay. Line speed fast from Scotland with Eddie Erskine leading. It's a good low shot from Corey Tate.
Advantage. Not rolling.
Just an attempt from Solomon Williams to dribble it in behind
Leave
that
immediately, number 8.
on-rushing
Immediately, please.
Scotland defence. They had the penalty advantage.
Okay. Point, please.
And this is Test match rugby. USA plump for the poles. Hugh O'Kennedy kicked very well indeed against the USA. 16 points, his personal haul.
Please come. The mark is here, please.
And it would have been a haul worthy of victory were it not
Yeah. Okay.
for some poor discipline from the USA
Okay, my
that
AR is
was
here. When you see, I
punished by
Thank you, Captain.
Juan Carlos Canessa. His kicking counterpart, he got himself 18 points. So discipline has been a big focus for the USA this week. And at the moment, it's them who are profiting from the Scottish ill discipline. A penalty from the boots of Hugh O'Kennedy, and the USA take the lead 10-7 against Scotland. King strikes it sweetly, but it's very long and it's limited pressure on the USA exit, although Kennedy looks like he may have done himself a minor mischief with that clearance. Gives the thumbs up and hopefully can run it off.
Wait.
Off Scotland go. Heavy carry in the midfield. Onto the outside edge, Dan King. Good offload low before he hit the deck into the hands of Jarvie. Scotland finding a bit of fluidity. Jake Parkinson. Oh, and it opens up for Scotland. They retain the ball. They sniff a second try. Afshar, busy as ever around the base of the breakdown. Good attempt from Christ. Afshar just threatening that fringe and inviting runners off his shoulder. USA looking a little bit bedraggled if Scotland can find the right pass. Appeals for off the ball as Eddie Erskine drives it hard again. Norrie, inside ball linking with Parkinson.
Where it is?
USA constantly looking to pounce upon the ball and get that jackal. Sluggish reorganisation takes Scotland to within 3 metres. Lavender jerseys lining up. Oh, big shot coming in from the captain. It is penalty advantage. Mackay, full of endeavour. Little delicate ball through the eye of the needle, and the finish brilliantly applied. Extraordinary vision, and the finish to boot.
Time off.
Scotland have their second. They retake the lead.
Where it is? No? Yeah.
Just that little dribble and it sat up perfectly.
Yes.
USA player standing on the side of the road.
Is penalty? Okay. He coming to charge. Number. Clear? He's coming? Clean.
Yeah, but she was just standing on
Okay. Not try. Captain. Number 6, okay. Captain.
The try has been disallowed. We're going to find out why. A great shame for a fantastic
Not
finish.
try, because on the last breakdown here, the number 6 people come to clean out one player blue. Okay? It's a penalty for the blue, not try. Please talk your player. Stop, please. Where is the mark?
Well, Liam McConnell has been asked to speak to the number 6, and he, of course, is the blind side. So it was a clear out on a USA player. You saw the Eagles players appealing at the time, suggesting
Penalty,
that the
clean
player
out
that he
for
cleaned
number
out
6
wasn't really
people.
near the action. And Sylvain Mane and his team are in agreement. So a try chalked off for Scotland. Hugo Kennedy, born in Seattle, but to Irish parents, hence conducting his studies at Trinity College Dublin. Just relieves the pressure valve
Please.
that
Go
little
in,
bit.
Please.
Okay, Chris, the man from San Diego. I was about to say gets a generous interpretation of straight from the referee, but after some deliberation,
Take line out, please.
Sylvain Mane is in agreement. Not enough of an opportunity for Scotland to contest.
John, I'll talk to you, all right? John, listen to me. Here we go.
Please, go in.
Captain goes up. Scotland go off. Just lose their footing. Other co-captain Afshar ships it out. Good clean out. Opens up behind the ruck. No one at home. Jake Parkinson, who's been prominent in all the positive exchanges this half, goes galloping through. Brilliant hands from Scotland. Then the feet. The pass. Oh, the bounce was so tricky. It was too mischievous for Logan Jarvie to reel in.
Thank you. Captain, you have an option.
Scotland done everything right, everything brilliantly. It was the delayed ball out the back from Erskine. But the final pass, bouncing short. Too much of a nightmare for Jarvie to reel in.
Please, move back some, please. Okay, come. Scratch. Bind. Sit.
The USA living by their wits at the moment. A disallowed try, a squandered chance. So a bit of directness off the base. That's a good, purposeful carry from Aidan Christians.
Use it, please. Wait, no. Number 4, stop, please. No.
Gives a Kennedy the angle.
Wait.
Which he uses to find Jarvie. Jarvie, so close to a try on 2 occasions, gets poleaxed by Henry Duke. More smart hands from Scotland, but that's a little sloppy. And it's pounced upon by Corbin Smith. Try already. Now for the footwork. Ball wriggles free.
Knock on.
Lost forward by Scotland. Finn Douglas may consider himself fortunate to have not given away a penalty after knocking it on there. But just as the handling was beginning to look so crisp from Scotland, one errant pass, and they're back on their 5-metre line.
Come on the mark, please. Okay, thank you. Move some, please. Move some, thank you. Hey, you. Let's take on the middle.
Hey, you hey.
Anton Dupont and Faf de Klerk are cited as Solomon Williams' scrum half inspirations. I wonder if he's got a bit of that cheekiness up his sleeve. No, he goes direct to the backs, almost bursting through. Goes to Kuafu. A messy breakdown picture. USA do, though, manage to recycle. Aidan Christians in with a key clear out. This time it's Wilson. Still it's Wilson.
Release, paper!
Christians, again, continuing to drive the legs low to the floor. Mackay.
No. Stop. We're coming back here. No advantage. The number 8 from the side. Mark, please. Okay.
Johnny Smith there, the Harlequin.
The mark is good.
Being made to work hard.
Yeah, thank you. From the side,
in these
number 8.
final minutes of this first half. One that USA are leading. But Scotland will know that they should be the ones ahead. And with that penalty, the simplest of kicks is going to double the USA lead. Drilled low. I know Kennedy takes USA to 13. Unlucky for Scotland, who are on 7. Only a few minutes left of this first half. Much of it played in the USA 22. A little to show from Scotland. Well, the kick is misjudged by Aidan Christians, and in truth, USA are lucky to get away with that. As Jarvie was free, he senses he's got a bit of an axe to grind, having been denied on a couple of occasions already.
Scratch. Bind. Sit. Yes. Okay. Please. You two, you are far. Come close, please. It's best. Please, some. Come on. Come on, let's go. Yes. Please. Come. Come on. Come on. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Scratch. Bind. Sit. Up.
Scotland get a strong initial shove on USA. The judgment comes from the touchline. The AR communicating with Sylvain Mane. A dejected looking John Wilson. And hopeful Scottish eyes here. King to the corner. Last 90 seconds of the half.
Time off. We have a player on the ground, please.
Hot work out there. As you see, the junior Sables, the Zimbabwean under 20s.
It's good for your side, this group.
Just putting their feet up and checking out the competition after their endeavours against Uruguay in the match before.
Thank you.
And the adventure that all the teams will be staying for the fourth and final match, which will be featuring their team, Spain, against the home nation, Kenya. One of the most vibrant and vociferously supported nations in world rugby. Many of you who have previously had the pleasure of seeing the Shuja Pride in action on the World 7 Series, you'll know that Kenya Corner is the place to be. And no doubt the songs and the celebrations will be in full flow for when they meet Spain, who are looking to register their second victory of the under-20 trophy, the same as Scotland, who trail right now in the dying embers of this first half. Off goes Corey Tate. Met by a blue blockade. Manages to smuggle the ball free. Erskine sticks his head down.
Ball is here, ball is here.
Patience, composure, power. All of the above required
Step back.
from Scotland.
Step back, blue.
USA with their bodies on the line. A lovely little bit of deception with the loop pass and a roll to the line. And finally, Scotland have their second try. USA did all they could, but eventually the dam burst. And late in the first half, it's Scotland with the try and surely the conversion to lead at the break.
Okay. 40 minutes.
Finley Thompson,
It's finished.
the man receiving the plaudits. And Ben Afshar does the necessary. And an entertaining first half comes to a close, as finely poised as could be. Two tries for Scotland, the key one right at the death through a barnstorming short carry from Finley Thompson, converted by co-captain Ben Afshar. Means that at the break here at the Neo National Stadium, it is Scotland leading USA by a whisker, 14 points to 13.
Ball! Go back, please. No, please. Go back. First stop. No. No. And back. He played from the side. He's happy for me. Move. Thank you, Saba, for the offside. Yeah. Time on. No more, no more, no more. Ball is here, ball is here.
Open.
Stop, step back, please. Step back, blue. Step back. Okay. 40 minutes.
The USA and Scotland return to the field with 1 point separating them and 40 minutes remaining of an encounter that will have a huge effect on the outcome of the World Rugby Under-20 trophy. USA coming in off the back of a narrow defeat to Uruguay. Scotland a resounding one against Zimbabwe. And knowing that Uruguay have 2 wins from 2. Hugh Kennedy has us back underway. A high one into this bright sun in the clear blue skies of Nairobi. The temperature creeping up all day.
Use it.
Humidity pretty high also. But the clarity has created crisp, dry running rugby conditions. We've seen it all day. We've seen some brilliant moments so far in this match. USA hunting a bit of history as well. Never beaten Scotland at under-20 level. They will be invoking the spirit of 2018 when the men's senior side registered their first ever victory over a Tier 1 nation, that being Scotland, on a famous AJ McGinty inspired night in Houston. And after a bright passage to open up proceedings, a loose pass out the back presents Scotland with a launch pad just inside the USA half. Eddie Erskine, the Bath University and Bath rugby man, up and just in the nucleus of that maul that is beginning to ease forward at a comfortable pace, really well formed, long, with a tough spine as more lavender jerseys pour in. Penalty advantage. So Scotland attempt to use it. They go cross field. Oh, if only the groundsman had painted the pitch a metre wider, it would have been inch perfect for Finn Douglas to bag a brace.
Side entry.
Nice idea from Andrew McLean.
Just the mole.
Just a little too much on it.
Yeah.
Dan King, who is enjoying some rugby after having his progress hampered somewhat with a shoulder injury in 2021. Very impressive all-round skill set in the Scottish touch performance squad. But his kicking to the corner has caught the eye so far today. It's created platforms like this for Scotland to maul. We've seen the success, we've seen their punch, we've seen their progress, and Corey Tate is in command. The maul breaks up and the USA manage to get through and spoil a little bit. More penalty advantage for the Scots. Erskine, 3 USA jerseys deployed to bring him down. Opens up for the captain, Ben Afshar. Always a nose for the try line, and he gets across the paint once more. The damage and destruction had been brought by the pack in front of him. And then the Blue Sea on this occasion of USA just parting ways for Ben Afshar to add to his 2 competition tries that he picked up against Zimbabwe on match day 1. And And with this match so tight, you really feel that every conversion counts. Well, he's kicking beautifully, isn't he? Ben Afshar delivers the first blow of the second half, and he maximises it as well with a sweetly struck conversion. Just too much room to leave a man with those try-scoring instincts. No one wants to put their name on that for Scotland, and their own indecision might just be their undoing. Real strong hint of offside there from Liam McConnell. But his rush and his pressure ultimately is what creates the penalty for Scotland. He knew they were in a spot of bother from the line out. You see McConnell rush round to the other side to assist the Jackal. Dan King will clear the decks. Plays his rugby in the Super Series for Heriots, Dan King. Huge Super Series representation across this 20s side, including Corey Tate of the Boroughmuir Bears, who's in at the back and just peeling away as things start to break up in front of him. And on that occasion, not the right call. Certainly not when Hayden Mackay's sniffing around.
Not roll, please.
Hayden Mackay,
He had to come in on the
Takapuna
board
Grammar
as a
School of
player
New
running
Zealand's
the second time.
alumni. Found himself in USA colours by virtue of being born in California on a rugby scholarship at college level. A real boon for this 20s side. And really, for the USA, they've been in all-out defence for the last quarter of this match. So a good platform here for Cade Chris to find his man under a bit of pressure. Solomon Williams then gets ensnared. The pressure really is good from Scotland. Logan Ballinger in at scrum half. More rush defence. Dylan Fortune, former American footballer, on wearing 20. Nice flat fizzed ball to Corbin Smith. Mackay loses the ball as he goes to the floor, and the roars of the Scottish team just tell you that right this moment in the game, it's about little wins. It's about little wins that feel like big moments, big momentum shifters. And Scotland will get another possession.
Scotch. Bind. Sit.
Try scorer at the end of the first half, Finlay Thompson, takes a nice direct line just to get his scrum half and his pack out of a bit of trouble.
Mark.
Well, the mark was called.
Okay,
Scotland were suggesting he may have run out. before calling the mark, but play develops.
We can work from here. Johnny, let's work.
And it's a marginal sum game. So we have a line out in pretty much the same position, but mirrored on the far touchline. Well, Corey Tate there was saying that after being holed up in the hotel last week that they managed to get out on a game drive as a team. He saw a lion, which he described as pretty cool, which is something of an understatement, I would say, from the man from Howick.
Back, please. Blue.
At the moment, he's on a bit of a game drive here at the National Stadium, just in that armchair, while his big beasts barge their way through the USA ranks. Good defensive read coming in from Tukuafu. McConnell. Well ridden by Thompson. USA are working hard. Making a couple of poor decisions. And against Uruguay, 3 yellow cards, but really the wound for them was the number of penalties they gave away.
The mark is here, please.
They were kicked out of the game at points by the boot of Canessa. Their discipline's been really good so far. They can't allow it to slip in the final half hour.
Okay. Time off.
Just one thing, sorry. At the balls, they're coming around the side. We had that work.
No, the last one? No, the last one. It's a ball carrier, not binding. He release, and you can, it's not good.
Sylvain Mane, not a man to be overly influenced by Liam McConnell.
Time on, please. Please, come. Yes.
Scotland will surely go to their driving maul. It has functioned supremely so far in this match. Corey Tate once again in the box seat, pops the periscope up. But the collapse means that Ben Afshar's gonna bag a brace, as he seemingly always does. 2 tries against Spain in the warm-up, 2 tries versus Zimbabwe in round 1. 2 tries today against the USA, and that one just stretches the Scottish lead to a position that is going to leave the USA chasing uncomfortably. Just spotted the seam between Mackay and Devos, and he just has that instinct. He's showing himself to be a brilliant kicker also. Ben Afshar adds 2 more to his and Scotland's tally. On the slender 1-point lead that they took into the sheds at half-time is all of a sudden looking a commanding 15 after 2 converted scores from the co-captain at scrum half. A couple of changes for Scotland. Craig Davidson and Ollie Minnis are on for Callum Norrie and Robbie Deans. So fresh lungs and a bit of brand new ballast in the front row. As the Hartpury University student Minnis doesn't waste any time in getting his hands on the ball and carrying for a metre there.
Use it.
Sharp, cool as a cucumber under pressure. That's misjudged by Rand Santos.
Advantage, knock on.
Brother
blue.
Ryan recently made his debut for the USA Sevens on the World Series. Goes Johnny Smith.
We're coming. He stood back. No, please. Where is the mark? Here. Okay, knock on blue.
So a knock on from USA in there.
Time off. Substitution, please. What number? Number 1 blue. Off.
John Wilson
Come. He's not ready.
is about to be replaced by
Come,
Jaden Brooks.
The first on the kickoff, it went off blue. It went off blue backwards.
Maybe not quite yet.
To their own player. That's offside.
There he is.
Blue claps the ball.
And then
No, the blue claps the ball.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. I trust you.
It's fine. 1 minute.
Jake Parkinson has had a great game. Studying at Brunel University and marrying that up with some professional exposure with Ealing Trailfinders in the English Championship. So the story goes, he started playing touch rugby as a lad, but after one certain match, it was suggested that the contact version of the game may be where his true strengths lie. So whoever gave the 200 centimetre, 118 kilo individual that piece of advice, they were pretty bang on the money. Though Rory Hart, who's of similar proportions, maybe not quite as large, comes on to make his impact, the Glasgow Hawk. And off goes Finley Thompson. He's just done the nuts and bolts so well. He's run straight, he's run hard. He's always found meters. And that try on the brink of half time may prove to have been the catalyst for an impressive Scottish win. Rand Santos, all he can do is shepherd the ball into touch in his own hands.
I'm off. Number 1 blue off. Number 1 blue.
Well, the John Wilson replacement is now going to take place. But instead of number 17, which is usually the number that comes on for a loose head, Finn Duraj.
Okay.
John Vinter, I beg your pardon, comes bounding on, wearing 16. The ball squirts out from the top of that proposed driving maul. And Vinter's right into it. So's Rory Hart. So are Scotland. An injection of pace from Andrew McLean. The jet heel fly half surges across the line. And Scotland into a mighty lead here in this must-win against USA.
Stop, please. No, not now. Not now, Captain. Please. Not now.
The gap opened up and it was always going to be a mismatch against Cade Christ.
Captain, go back, please.
And Scotland, mightily impressive in this opening 16, 17 minutes. USA can't live with them at the moment. And Afshar, from a long way out,
Please, the last scrum.
on this occasion doesn't hit the mark.
Jumping cross.
Scotland
Okay, yes, the 9 out.
up to 33.
Jumping straight, please. Straight. Okay, thank you.
USA trailing by 20. They need a response. They may well have lingering in the back of their mind, as will the Scotland players, about what
Jumping
Zimbabwe
straight, please.
did to them
Jumping
around this
straight.
section of the match on match day 1. Having led comfortably, Scotland contrived to draw the second half, as it were, 33 all, conceding 26 points in 10 minutes around about this stage of the match. Really went off the boil and began to wobble. Not for another couple of late tries. I wonder just quite to the extent the nerves would have been jingling and jangling for the Scots as the junior Sables came at them. That's an error on the kick. Play brought back all the way to the halfway line.
Please come forward, please. Thanks.
So the front row now consisting of John Vinter, Cade Christen, Connor Devos for the USA.
Please, number 8, go in. Scratch. Bind. Sit.
USA putting some nice shapes together in the midfield, but running into the big shoulder of Ben Salmon. Cormac Saint is on at halfback. Shock of blonde hair and a bit of fresh energy, tipped on by fortune. Long over the top, stretching every last sinew of Josefa Toiaival. Just asking too much of
Number
him.
12, purple. Number 12, time off. Number 12, purple, off.
The win for Scotland here, in terms of the wider picture of the tournament, could set up a winner-takes-all showdown with Uruguay. And Finlay Thompson makes his way off the field, a really strong showing at inside centre. He's done all the unseen, unglamorous work in the midfield. He's been rewarded with a try. And Kerr Yule, who turned 18 just 12 days ago, comes on wearing 22. There he is, born in Livingston, playing his rugby for Glasgow Hawks.
Come back.
It's a large young man.
Okay.
to have to run at or have run at you in the final quarter of an exhausting match under the hot Kenyan heat.
Knock on, paper. Knock on. Scrum. Here. Please come because it's not good. Come here. Come. Yeah.
The game just breaking up a little now. Number of replacements. Just that sense that it may be out of reach for the USA.
Scratch.
It's leading to a
Bind.
departure of rhythm for both sides.
Move it straight. Move it straight.
Now, Oliver Klein, who's come on for Hugh Kennedy, wearing 22, the Central Washington University man. He's in a hurry to find touch. He knows that the USA need to score quick.
Not straight. Not straight.
But USA
Number 12 blew out.
are to be frustrated
Time
by
out.
their
Number
own
12
error.
blew out.
You know, this USA side, they qualified
Time on.
by virtue of a pretty impressive two-leg aggregate score over Canada. It's their first time featuring in the trophy since 2016.
Scratch.
While they missed out to Uruguay and look like they may be on the receiving end of another loss against Scotland, there's no doubt about it. There's some talent and some foundational blocks for the USA to build upon. Matt Reed.
No, play on.
Still waiting to come on for Scotland, but Sosala Pongi,
Use it.
wearing 23, is on for the USA.
Ball is in.
And that is an outstanding clearance for a man who is totemic for this Scotland side at the moment.
Up, 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 up. No.
2 tries in this half.
No, no.
Very impressive kicking display from the tee, only matched from his kicking from hand, and the grin there
Space. Space.
are the eyes of a man who's enjoying his rugby.
Ball.
Liam McConnell, the other captain in this Scottish outfit. But they are without some other key players as well. They left them at home, the likes of Richie Simpson, Rudy Brown and Duncan Munn. But this Scottish squad are finding their groove without them. Afsha goes to Erskine. Afshar fancies a hat-trick, just hooks it over the top, and Kerr Yule goes rampaging on to the next offload, but held in the tackle.
He's a taker. You don't get up before the ball, please.
The promise of a try in Kenya was a little too much. I think he knew himself that he shouldn't be having another stab having been tackled. Can USA find a spark? Not with line out throwing like that.
Stop. It's not straight. Not straight. Yeah. We will have an option. Okay, line out.
Kenyan fans preparing themselves for their under-20s. Will be taking to the field against Spain very shortly. Wall-to-wall rugby of the under-20 variety at the Neo National Stadium today.
Time on.
It's been pretty much wall-to-wall under-20 rugby across the championship and the trophy all this last month. An incredibly high caliber tournament in South Africa, won by France. Now being matched by the trophy nations. And Corey Tate, who it feels has been burrowing at the back of these driving mauls all afternoon, senses this may be the one to deliver him the try he so wants. He's got his whole pack to thanks, but the scorecard will say Corey Tate, try in the under-20 trophy 2023. The young hooker delighted to be starting today. Rounds off a strong personal showing with a try from the driving maul that has been imperious all afternoon. There's a reassuring calmness to all that Ben Afshar does, and it usually results in points. And once again, it's two more to add to the try, this time scored by Corey Tate. Well-timed hit, not just by Mackay, but also Dylan Fortune. A thorough examination of the rib cage. I think it was Sam Derrick. He's only just on for Johnny Morris. Around Santos, he looks so lively in the opening exchanges with the ball in hand. But really, all he's been able to do is field long kicks and just watch Scotland manoeuvre themselves around the right areas of the field in this second half. Hector Patterson, the Watsonians man, replaces co-captain Ben Afshar. He's been outstanding. Question marks over how straight that throw is, but USA aren't going to argue. They're going to want to go on a surge. Corbin Smith, try scorer in the first half. The indefatigable Hayden Mackay, still going strong, but battered back. Brilliant ball into the gap. This is the offloading player the USA we like to see. And Ran Santos finally gets some ball in hand, but he's met by two lavender jerseys. Just shoveled on smartly by William Sherman. But the breakdown,
not releasing ball.
Again, problematic for USA. Scotland have been very good in that department, Johnny Smith, quick to react, precise in targeting the ball. And the young man who's on the books at Harlequins but is set
Time off.
to travel north to Durham University to study alongside his professional rugby. Gets a good turnover. Another man who is pairing professional rugby with a university degree and rugby is that man there, Eddie Erskine at Bath, departing the field after a high-octane performance, and Scotland will need him fit and raring to go for the challenge of Los Territos.
Time on.
There's a big university vein running through this match. So many of the USA players studying and playing at the thriving university level, candidates from Lindenwood, Life University, California.
Blue, go out. Go out, please.
And then a few
Number 10, Papa.
from the English system as well,
Number 10, Papa.
for the USA, but chiefly Scotland.
Number 10, off. Thank you. Time on.
So Eddie Erskine has been replaced
Good.
by Finn Duraj, wearing 16. Matt Reid has taken to the field to replace Andrew McLean,
Please play the ball. You are
but he's not going to see the ball anytime soon because Finn Duraj is in that armchair at the back of the ruck. Off goes Kerr Yule. Scotland seeking another score. Well, the no-look pass doesn't go to anyone. Scotland lucky to recycle. Well, that's a brilliant tackle coming in from Dylan Fortune. But then the loose pass from Scotland gives USA a chance to pour through. It looks like they might have been ripped in the contact they have. Finn Douglas with the muscular work. Liam McConnell taste to USA shoulders, including Jackson Keynes. Craig Davidson. Johnny Smith, that is beautiful offloading play out of the tackle. Scotland chancing their arm. But USA getting the penalty.
Stop, please.
Well, the hope for USA was taken from the game some time ago, probably around about the second Ben Afshar try. Andrew McLean's finish put the exclamation mark on that feeling that the game might be slipping. And with that, just a bit of the energy has gone out of the contest, certainly the accuracy. But USA will still want to end on a high. Sasala Pongi making good ground. A man with proud Tongan ancestry. Scotland flying up. Nice little ball over the top from Klein. Finds Christians. He's worked hard, but hasn't quite had the impact he had in the first half. Jaden Brooks falls to the floor heavily and the ball's dislodged.
Don't play the ball, please.
A judge to have been played on the floor
Time off.
from Ollie Minnis.
Yeah.
Just a few signs
Repeat, please.
that the physicality of this contest is beginning to take its toll.
Whole team.
More stoppages, more treatment.
Okay.
It's justifiable, the intensity at which these under-20 matches are played out at.
Please, one medical on the pitch, please. One. Please.
Well, you can see
Okay,
that
okay,
the smart people are in the shade. There's a couple of lads catching a few rays here in Nairobi.
Time on.
Those USA fans wouldn't mind something to cheer about in this second half. They've been held scoreless, USA, since the return from the sheds.
Let's go. Let's go. Come middle. Come middle. Middle. You have mid. Middle. Come on.
John Vinter throws and finds Ballinger. Vinter inserts himself at the back, finally receives it from Christians.
No, number 18.
Scotland will be desperate to preserve the integrity of their second half try line. Oh, Vinter thought he was across the line, but he was only 5 meters out. USA will have to rebuild from deeper back. Less well formed. Fortune's been busy since coming on the 20. There's a big, strong run from Leon Best. Can they find a way through? They seek the edge on the left. Real explosive entry into contact from Toi Aival.
No, release.
Concerted pressure being applied by USA for the first time in this half. Jackson Kane edges USA closer. Pongi has looked lively since coming on. Ballinger
No, please.
just gets
Release.
hydraulically pushed back by the strong-limbed Scots. They're not showing any signs of defensive weakness at the moment. USA struggling to find the penetration. Pass goes between the back line, out to touch, and a rueful look. But in truth, it is a testament to that defensive pressure, that solidity that was offered up in front of them by Scotland. No way through.
There we go. Build it. Stay patient. Ball.
Please, players.
Patterson goes high to the skies. Santos jinking. Beats 3. Gets across the halfway. Crossfield option, opening up. Will it bounce kindly? Not kindly enough. So a big result for Scotland, and one that will do their points difference the world of good. It sets up a tantalising
One play on the ground.
closing match. Against Uruguay. The winner of Pool A will meet the winner of Pool B in the final. First place playing first place. That's how the trophy will be determined. And at the moment, after Scotland's 64-33 win over Zimbabwe, this commanding one against USA, it means with you Uruguay having won there too, whoever wins that will be on their way to the final.
Not advantage, you coming back here.
There's
Knock on.
Sosala Pongi, hails from East Palo Alto. Very keen to impress that it's East Palo Alto he's from, not Palo Alto. He's brought a bit of gusto onto the field since coming on as a replacement. The action doesn't stop at the final whistle here today as well. Pool B is up next. Samoa squeaked a victory against Hong Kong China earlier today. It was almost a slice of history for the Hong Kong China boys. But Samoa now have 2 wins from 2. And Kenya will be playing Spain in the final match of today. Spain having won 53-0 on match day number 1. So if they can secure victory, it sets up another pool blockbuster match against Samoa to determine the pool winner and thus the finalist. And here in Pool A, it's going to be Scotland who are going to close out a handsome victory against the USA, seeking one more to take into their team review. That's cute, that's delicate from Santos. But
Advantage.
forces the knock-on from Scotland.
Thank you.
USA look for the crossfield once again. Corbin Smith was there, but there was too much on it, and that'll be the last action of an entertaining match between Scotland and USA that threatened in the first half to be a nerve shredder. Just 1 point separated the two sides as they headed in for the halftime talk. But an inspired second half, led by their co-captain and his 2 converted tries, Ben Afshar, has seen USA dispatched by Scotland, who preserve their undefeated record in the competition. And they set up a winner-takes-all final pool match against Uruguay in a few days' time. Final score here in Nairobi, Scotland 40, USA 13.
Well, good afternoon once again. Spain against Kenya, the last game of match day 2 here at the World Rugby Under-20s Trophy 2023. It's time for the anthems first of all.
Please remain upstanding for the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya.
The venue, the Neo National Stadium in Nairobi, and an expectant home set of Kenyan fans as their team, affectionately known as the Chipu, will look for their first victory of the tournament. Good afternoon, everyone. Spain were the first team to qualify for this year's World Rugby Under-20s Trophy after defending their Rugby Europe Under-20s Championship last November. As we see our match referee, Kat Roach, will be assisted by Sabu Abulashvili and Precious Pazani. Spanish overcoming Hong Kong, China in very convincing fashion on day 1 last Saturday in Pool B. Raul Perez's side scored 9 tries to clock up a 53-0 win. As for Kenya, their first match, just that 9-point loss to Samoa, who themselves bagged a valuable second win against Hong Kong, China in today's first game of the day, despite giving themselves the uphill battle of a red card and yellows as well. Kenyans went down 34-25 to Samoa on day 1, but did manage to score 4 tries in the process. Expect there to be plenty of noise and celebration in the stands in support of the Chipu. Our last match of the day, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, local time. And we're underway. The World Rugby Under-20s Trophy for 2023. Day 2, match 4. Spain against Kenya.
Taken back!
Pablo Perez.
Use it. It's taken back. Use it now.
Skipper was just looking to get the call from the referee, which he got in no uncertain terms about the fact that the ball had been taken back and it's just been knocked forwards by Kenya as we have our first scrum of the afternoon. 5 changes, incidentally, for the Spanish team. 1 positional from that 53-0 win. 3 in this pack, with Hooker Gonzalez promoted from the bench, as is Martin Peña, who joins Suarez in the second row. Pinheiro at 8, shifted there from the flank where he was in that round 1 match even, allowing Daniel Sacristan to come in. In the backs, Perez continuing as captain, partnered by Bo Pert to start this one at fly half. Valencia's Mario Coronado making his tournament debut on the left wing.
Way too far apart. Yeah, we need less space.
Among a back 3 of double try scorers against Hong Kong China. De La Pisa with a brace and Rocariez. Pat Roach, our referee from the USA.
Crouch!
Abilashvili from Georgia. Precious Pazani from Zimbabwe.
Set!
Plenty of early movement in that scrum, but looks like it's going to come back for Pinheiro to begin to play, but then it'll be released out the back from Pert, and it's a good, steep attacking line from the Spanish to begin with, as they look to go for maximum width early doors. Then arriving, it was as late as it could possibly be from Ignacio Pinheiro, but as such, he just overrun it, had to reach back to try and claim. And Farhan Juma will make the clearance. One of 4 18-year-olds in the starting 15 for Kenya.
Front of the line out. Okay, everyone in line with you. Everyone in line with the front.
Talk you through the changes in the Kenyan lineup
Back
when
line,
we get a moment.
You're back? You're back.
Diego Gonzalez. For his number 8. That certainly didn't look too straight, but Mike Odwar is not going to worry too much about that, and the referee calls the advantage over.
Off the face, play on!
Play on, it's not a knock on if it comes off the face. Good low tackle from Patrick Wanaina. Perez, his opposite number, just looking to see if there was anything to be gained. Wriggling through Antonio Suarez. They go the same way. Daniel Catanzaro. And he plays his rugby with Castres Olympique.
Back on side, get back.
Now, have they got a little bit more room here on the width? Oh, they have, and it's De La Pisa who steps in, and he's got support on the shoulder. De La Pisa for Soraluth, but he's lost it forwards in the tackle. And is this going to be counter-attack opportunity for Kenya, who hoof it downfield? Skips on. Oh, it might skip nicely into touch as well. Meters away from scoring the try down one end. Spain are going to find themselves defending in their 22 a moment later.
Keep everyone with you.
Super 50-22 kick. George Otieno. They get the first bit right
Inside the 5.
with the simple jump at the front. Trying to encourage it forwards. In fact, they're going to call in a few more of the artillery. Rafael Wanga getting involved in there, and now Kenya with the advantage.
Hold the mark,
What can they do with it? Wainaina. Andy Kolomolo. Didn't look entirely sure about receiving that one. Not sure it was on the script, but Mike Odwar starts to just wrestle away through.
Tackle.
Little tip on. Spaniards just doing their best to keep tight to the ruck, but now Kenya will try and put a little bit more width on it. Complete 360 from Victor Odiambo. Players arriving. It was a little high for Vincent Omondi to take. He would have loved it right into the guts to keep that momentum going forwards. And it's Omolo once again, who this time is driven on by his countrymen. Now is there going to be more room for Juma? Just fires it out of the front of the wrists. Almost netball style in the path.
No advantage coming.
Referee Catroach was playing that advantage. Some bright moments from both sides in the opening 5-6 minutes.
One, lifting the leg in the maul. Thank you.
Head coach of Kenya, Curtis Alago, made 6 changes to the side that started the defeat to Samoa on Saturday, handing a first tournament appearance to 18-year-old James Alela, who starts in at fullback. Up front, George Otieno, Mike Oduor starting in the front row, having been on the bench. Bout of illness has seen Shakoli move to the replacement, so Edmund Omondi takes his place in the second row. Vincent Omondi starting ahead of Ido Kuta at open side, while Victor Odiambo given the nod on the right wing in place of Alvin Mwamburi, who drops to the bench. That's the team news as far as Kenya are concerned. Is the next bit of team news going to be a score on the board for the Chipu? Desperately trying to get some change out of the Spanish there, but it's not moving at a great rate, and then thumped in at the side, but potentially illegally.
You cannot tackle the player.
It wasn't on the player in possession.
Fine, you cannot tackle the player. 7. Yes, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Penalty will allow Kenya another go.
Okay. That's 2 now at the maul. Your entry is fine. You cannot tackle the player, though. It's still a maul. It's still a maul. It's still a maul.
Spain been warned about not tackling the player in possession at maul time. They go to the tail this time. Crabs across the field under the arm of Otieno. Kenya will take every metre up to the line and over the line. The try is scored. The fans in the stands go wild. George Otieno is onto the board. Try scorer against Samoa. He opens the account against Spain. Had to really reach inside to take the ball down, and then the transfer was on and early. Good initial counter drive from Spain, but then they got everyone else in. Felix Chacha, Rafael Wanga as well, and then they just got enough of a turn on it to release Otieno over the line. Referee perfectly positioned. They are the home side. They have set their home fans singing. Farhan Juma of the Kenya Harlequins. Certainly got underneath it and through the posts as well. The dancing continues. Kenya with the game's first try. Bo Finian Pert. A good deep restart and clearance kick. A little hurried, perhaps a little short. What can the Spanish do from this position? First bit of work at the line-out is good, finding Ignacio Pinheiro, and then the break this time from Gonzalez. Seen his opposite number on the scoreboard, fancies a go himself.
Thank you.
Slightly looser at the other end. Attempt a quick reload. Daniel Sacristan,
Onside.
Complutense Cisneros player, but now Spanish want to switch it. Oh, it's a lovely ball back inside, but it's just been ripped away. Thought for all the money it was going to be Gabriel Rocaries to score the try. Thwarted at the last. Lovely inside ball though, wasn't it?
Hold your weight this scrum, yeah?
It's a brilliant slap down of the ball. Got to the line and wondered where he'd left it.
Let's go, scrum, please.
Was it on the bus? Super defence from Kenya.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big pressure moment here. Can
Stay
the Spanish have anything to say? No. Cleanly away.
Tackle.
Enough. Combination of Amondi and Chacha. Ball loose on the floor. Not much time to get a clearance kick away, but did relatively well in the circumstances. Another opportunity knocks for Spain. Oh, it's gone right over the top though.
Advantage.
And then it's come forwards off the floor, so it is going to give Spain another chance to have a go. Soreluz. Coronado stepping in at scrum half. Jacobo Ruiz is there. Oh, little fatter ball was meant for Moreno. He couldn't handle it.
Lock on advantage. Taken back. Over.
Temperatures up to about the mid-20s in Nairobi this afternoon, and just wonder whether it's causing a bit of sweat from the players. It's almost more slippery on the ball than it might be when it's raining.
Indirect.
I just think that there's perhaps a little bit of that on the ball which is causing a problem.
Happy with the play on. Okay.
And Spain looked to try and take that quickly, but it was Kenya who were the ones ready for it. And there's a little bit of stepping from Michael Wamalwa, the captain, and then inviting Odiambo to come in on it. Kenya have got themselves up over the halfway line as a result. And Mondi. Juma. Little poke through, that's going to go out on the full. It is just the sort of energy that we've become very familiar with in the Rugby Under-20s trophy over the course of the last few matches. A lot of young men desperate to try and make something happen, but at times you just feel they could slow down a little, just take a moment or two.
5 in.
Not to say we don't want any more of the excitement and energy that we get from this tournament. Perez. Spain come through. Pert once more. Look for the long pass. Kenya were up through Laban Kipsang just to try and put the pressure on. Oh, it's another loose one. Just basketball throw to the floor. Kenya will have the scrum in a central position.
We're good. Yeah, we've got someone either. We still have front rows though, so we can bind up. Let's bind up, please, and go.
Hugo Gonzalez, Spanish hooker, promoted from the bench where he was against Samoa. Spanish have the heavier pack, 828 kilograms to 743 of Kenya. Delay of the pass
Tackle!
from Omalwa. Little bit of footwork from Alayla. That was nice, just to get past the first defender. And arriving low was Omolo. That's good meterage as well. Front foot ball. Wainaina's just having to push his own forwards out of the way. Good little angle from George Otieno, the try scorer. Dummy on the outside, trying to find the weak shoulder on the inside of Catanzaro. Better continuity this. Oh, just nudged at the base.
Tackle! 5 gold!
Penalty's gone against Antonio Suarez
Late tackle!
for a late tackle. There is the hit. Taking out the fly half. Right in front of the referee, not the hardest one to spot.
Go ahead. Spain, remember the warning about ball infringements. Thank you.
Look on George Otieno's face, is as if he's playing in the 76th minute, not the 16th minute.
We're good.
Such is the pace of the match out there. Oh, they look to go to the tail where they started the build towards that first try, but didn't quite go to plan. Ball is in the hands of España. Perez.
Leave it!
Chance of the quick one for Rafael Wanga.
Nada más. Nada más. Gracias.
Certainly right down the central channel. Just picked up at the back by Michael Duor. Boot to ball this time. Wamalwa. That's a little better in terms of territorial management.
Spanish player? Okay. Thank you. Four in, 1 drop. Can you drop 1? 3 out. 3. Advantage
to the
numbers.
top.
Advantage over.
Pinheiro, man to bring it down, and then really solid counter tackle. Double hit. Perez. Teammates want him to keep this one in. He needs to, in terms of the fact that he's outside his 22. But have they shown a little bit too much room for Wainaina? He wanted to counter-attack, but Odiambo knocked it on.
Yeah, you had advantage. You won the line clean. I was happy with that. Right here. On the 5. Scrums have been good. Keep it up. Thank you.
Of course, Kenyan rugby being made famous so often by their 7 stars,
Crouch.
present and past, but of course the names like Collins Injera, William Baka, Billy Odiambo, Andrew Amonde, incredible athletes who have impressed on the HSBC Sevens World Series. This is Spain trying to come forward. Kenya just closing the door on Coronado. Oh, that was well played. But there was an offside before that. Referee was initially going to give the knock on, but perhaps the information came in from the assistant that Kenyans had come from an offside position. This will give the Spanish a chance to build into that Kenyan 22.
Thank you, Selma. I'll do more work with the pillars.
Gonzalez to the front. Back in the arms of the hooker. Had to avoid going into touch where the front of the maul was beginning to take him, so it's ended up going to ground, but it is a penalty advantage being played after Otieno was judged to have been the man to bring it down illegally, unable to defend that momentum that was coming forwards, and the Spanish under-20s decide to fling it wide to try and get in at the corner. Oh, it was passed back inside. Rocariez will score. Was on the scoreboard twice against Hong Kong, China. Thought it might have been Coronado. He had the presence of mind to play it back in field to Rocariez. Almost didn't know an awful lot about it. Spanish fullback gets the try.
Have some water, please. Sorry, thank you. Just give me a thumbs up or a try. Thank you.
Oh, it's an excellent conversion to tie the scores. Spain 7, Kenya 7. Great angle to see this ball as well.
Yes.
Looked to go on the outside, knew he was cooked. Needed a little bit of help from his friends.
Okay, offside and open play. Yeah, I can look. Yeah.
Juma. Well, let's
I
put
have it in the field of play.
everything on that.
In the field of play, yes. Yes, thank you.
Every last inch that was available from that restart.
One out, back 10.
Just the sort of pressure the home side will be wanting to put on the visitors.
Not straight.
But it's not straight.
Scrum and line
And
out.
that is the pressure. And now as a result of that
Line out.
big time restart, the Kenyans
Line
have
out.
got the ball back 5 meters from the Spanish line.
Line out. Okay, that's a line out.
Will it be to the tail again? They go over the top, but it's a tidy up job that's needed.
Release! Good.
And it is coming back for the Kenyans. There for Vincent Amondi. Then the players come around the corner. Michael Duor, such a big man to try and stop. As Spain tried to wrestle the ball out of his hands on its way. Have they got the strength to go through? Laban Kipsang was stopped short.
Hands.
They go again, Otieno.
Short! Go line!
Short again, the call. Have to be in a position to try and get it over the line, and they are this time. It's another one for the front row club. Kenya with the second try of the match, and they fight back just after Spain had scored once more. Gaylord Ngasi, the Daystar 19-year-old. Initial bit of work was from his hooker, but he was there to fall like a mighty oak over the try line. Spain 7, Kenya 12 then. Wamawa, the man who carries it forwards. Now the clearance kick.
3-8, stop!
Straight down the middle of the park, and it really does kick up on the surface at the Neo Stadium. My goodness. First bounce on the 22, and it's gone all the way out over the dead ball line. We will come a long way back.
Scrum. I need both packs. Drive straight. You cannot step out and around, okay? Just straight. He had a genuine attempt.
Oduor has just given the warning about how he tries to apply his weight.
Crouch!
20 kgs lighter than Moreno, his opposite number.
Set!
Spain gifted this position by Kenya, and the missed kick. Oh, it's a really solid hit on Catanzaro. Wasn't really allowed to get going. Gonzalez into his opposite number, Otieno. Perez eyes up the options. Pinheiro had slowed down on his approach around the side of the ruck, but it'll come back in field, and it's another powerful drive from Moreno. Now have they managed to do enough to shorten the Kenyan defence? Catanzaro not at the first time of asking, but oh, it is going to be an opportunity for Bo Finian Pert, who just straightens. Sometimes just squaring up the shoulders and putting your head down is all it needs. And Spain equalise the scores. 2 tries apiece. Good work initially to set Pert away, and he just stayed square and true, didn't he? Catanzaro dragging in the last defender or two with this run, or the prior run, which then allowed Pert to get going. Chance to convert his kick. We've already seen him nail one from the wide outside, so.
Particularly at the breakdown and set piece. Okay, cool.
See how he does here.
Great work on the comms, guys. Keep it up. It's really good.
He's had to let one go via the side as well. Kenyan miss from their second try was perhaps a little bit more obvious, but might have expected Pert, given his quality, to have slotted that one. Either way, 12 points apiece in our final game of day 2. Next games will be on Tuesday, the 3rd round of the World Rugby Under-20 Trophy for 2023, followed on the 30th of July by those finals. Juma. Perez. Clearance will do. Curtis Alago, the Kenyan coach, said they lost the game in 10 minutes when we went off the script in the first half against Samoa. Cited some errors in one-on-one tackling, defensive alignment and handling. They've not managed to secure possession off that line-out. Just hoping his side would settle against Spain. I think both sides took a little while to settle through that opening 20 minutes, but seeing it a little more now. But this is pressure time on James Olela. And he's not getting many more metres out of Precious Pisani over on the far side. So Spain are going to be in another good position to exert some authority and create a scoring opportunity with 8 minutes remaining in this first half.
Not in, back 10.
Pinera brings it down. Oh, and they're eating up the meterage to begin with here, Spain. Have Kenya got an answer to it? Just beginning to go round the far side. Can they find the try line, Spain? It's got to be close. The ball is down. Is it Diego Gonzalez? Certainly is. Gets over for the try, the catch and drive, proving effective for Spain. Saw it earlier from Kenya. And now Diego Gonzalez getting over for the Spanish.
Good work, Precious.
Spain into the lead then for the first time. Admirable effort. Not quite enough. 5 points the difference then. Raul Asperina Perez will be pleased with what he sees. Argentinian head coach. He's been director of high performance with the Spanish Union. He replaced then Juan Carlos Perez Delgado in May after that successful Rugby Europe and European campaign, which helped see them be the first team to qualify for the Under-20s trophy.
Back, play on.
Spain didn't quite get hold of it. Oh, that may well have been a tackle off the ball.
Entry.
In fact, Pinheiro has been done for the entry round the side in making it.
Points? Okay. Points.
And Kenya at this point have just opted for the 3, and that might be a sensible plan. We saw Uruguay doing that, certainly on day one and earlier, choosing to keep the scoreboard ticking over with the boot. And the psychological impact that can make on a team, particularly when you're building a lead. Of course, they're chasing Spain down here.
Mark's there. The time is on the scoreboard.
The kicker of Farhan Juma's ability. Should knock one of these over all day long. makes it a 2-point game. Farhan Juma of the Kenya Harlequins.
Had just jumped at the wrong time.
Club that play their rugby about a 14-minute drive west of the Neo Stadium. It's the Strathmore Leos as well. They're also about 15 minutes in another direction. Daystar Club have got a few international representatives here. They're just to the southeast of Nairobi in Machakos County.
In front, retreat. You're good.
All played in field. That one for Pinheiro off the fly half pert. Jacobo Ruiz doing his best to try and ride the tackles. Perez thinking there was a way through, and he's been entirely held off the ground there. Carried like a baby. Released out the back from Sacristan. That was nice. Kept the ball alive, and it's allowed Spain the chance to come up to this right-hand touchline and just step back in field, which is what was needed running out of turf. Perez. Then away through Pert once more. Kenya tried to get into position to affect the turnover. Ball back in field for De La Pisa. One of those who got a brace of tries against Hong Kong, China, one in each half. Pert. Certainly got good depth, the Spanish backline. Oh, a little chip over the top from Pinheiro. Needed to be jumped on, and I wonder if Patrick Wanaina has just got himself a bit winded, taken a bit of a knock.
Kicked in, made dead. Goal line drop.
Just let it go for a moment. Oh, facing the turf for his troubles.
We good? Time off.
We will have a moment of time off just to check that Patrick Wanaina has got all of his ribs in the places they're meant to be.
We only have 2 minutes until the half. He's good? Excellent, come on. Okay. Just wait for my signal. Ready? 10 back on.
So goal line drop out.
Behind the kicker. Whenever you're ready.
Farhan Juma. Gave it a good lick. De La Pisa plays in field. Perez. Pinheiro. Otieno opted out of going for the jackal. Cutting back in field comes Soreluz. And it's up for Ibanez. Referee Cat Roach takes a tumble in the process. Nicely out the back from Pert. Oh, and then managing to cut in field. Can they make it tell for the last defender? De La Pisa just looked to play it in field, and Kenyan boot just wanted it to take away from where the yellow shirts were swarming once more. Back out to the 22. Into the last minute of the first half. Can Spain do anything to extend what has been reduced to a 2-point lead from that last Kenyan penalty? Pert senses it's back on this side. Ball back in field. Oh, Pinheiro's lost it. It's almost as if they're getting stage fright as they get closer to the line each time. Felt they had the numbers. The ball back inside to just keep testing that Kenyan defence.
Yep.
But drops at crucial times.
Thank you. Let's go. Crouch. Bind. Set.
In from Wainaina. Pack does enough just to hold the scrum.
In front, hold.
Ball cleared downfield. De La Pisa came in, well positioned to take it on the full and is going at full tilt here. Pass though left a little to be desired, and now the break, and the ball's been hacked on, and who's going to be the first to get there? Ball is going in all sorts of different ways. Can Kenya keep it in field? Oh, it wasn't to be for Farhan Juma. Trying to control it all the way downfield. Fantastic moment of excitement at the end of a thrilling first half. But it will bring the end of the first 40 minutes. 2 tries apiece. Otieno and Ngasi. Sorry, 2 tries to 3, I should say. Otieno and Ngasi for Kenya. Rokarieth, Pert and Gonzalez for Spain. The boot of Juma managing to just close the gap at the break. With the second half to come at the Neo Stadium in our last match of the day in the World Rugby Under-20s Trophy. It's half-time of Spain 17, Kenya 15. Make sure you rejoin us in a few minutes for the second half.
You stepped out. Some water, please. Good contest. Backward. Release. Good. Hands. Short! Go line! Not in, back 10. Good work, Precious. Positioning. One minute. Happy? Anything? Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Kenya, ready? Spain, ready?
So second half underway. Kenya trailing Spain by 2 points and by 2 tries to 3.
Stay onside, step back, Spain. Thank you.
What will each of the coaches have been saying in the sheds at half-time? Raul Asprina Perez for Spain certainly showed a little more of the control a little earlier in that first half.
Step out, please, 3.
Kenya just starting to get there and also reeling in the scoreboard with that penalty. A little bit more game management maturity being shown. But this is Pert, scorer of the second try. in that first half. Perez away for Ibanez. It's a lovely line, lovely bit of work from Antonio Suarez to then get the offload away to Gonzalez as well. And Perez is in. He's just left the ball behind though, and it has gone forwards.
Hey, we're good. It's a knock on. It's a knock on.
Lovely free-flowing stuff from the Spanish. Forest of legs, always difficult to get the ball from.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Early engagement from Spain.
Drive.
Free kick goes the way of Kenya.
Scrum. Let's move this way. There's a lot of marks. We're just gonna move this way. Just set, hold the weight, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Soft, yeah. It's okay. They're holding their weight, you just can't drive forward. You're good, step forward. Thank you. Crouch! Bind! Set!
1-9 up. Away to his fly half. "18 years of age, the two of them. Faranjuma in for Eddie Bambugu, who was rested for this one. Spencer Davis on the bench. Kenya nearly got the chance to compete for that. It was a good rescue job from Moreno in order to make sure it came back on the yellow side. Then Sacristan was well felled but held onto the ball, and then Christian Moreno along with Catanzaro. And then Pena. Pert releases that deep ball once again. Rocarias. Green Kenyan door looking to slam shut on Antonio Suarez. Perez wrapped up by Vincent Amondi. Not too much on the left side, so Pinheiro decides it's better to head it back to the right, and Soreluz comes forwards.
10. Back up.
Some good carrying being met with some good defence here. Just tried the ball back inside for Borja Ibanez. Pert. Lost forwards by Sacristan, and there'll be no immediate advantage, so we will have the scrum to Kenya.
Scrum here.
You could hear the scream of frustration from Sacristan
1 and 2.
all the way around this stadium. Changes are going to be made. 2 in the front row for Spain. Alvaro Garcia and Rodrigo Palat.
They've been doing a very good job in the scrum. You're going to keep the standard,
Stade
right?
Francais and El Salvador, respectively.
Okay, Kenya, we're good? Yeah. Thank you. Time back on. Scrum here. We can bind up. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big squeeze from the Spanish. Where's the ball? Well, it won't matter. The referee's giving the penalty at this point. Kenya unable to play at it, losing their bind in the process as they're driven backwards. Worrying moments for the home side. That was their put-in. Kenya worked his way to the front of that line now, then ended up being the man with it, and then the ball is over the line. Spain get their 4th try and the bonus point, and Alvaro Garcia, the replacement, is the man with his name attached to it. Named tournament captain. Pablo Perez started with the armband, but the replacement hooker has got that 4th try.
Had a word with 7 there. It's just really dynamic, so happy to let that go. But yeah, let's just watch when it gets really dynamic that they're not changing lanes. Thanks, guys.
Now the ball falling off the tee just to present a little bit more of a time challenge for the conversion. A little bit of light barracking from the home fans, and if anything, it's merely strengthened the resolve of Bo Pert, who slots the conversion. Another chance to see the breakaway remaining sufficiently connected. Just about. Spain up to a 9-point lead now, the most they've had over the course of the 48 minutes so far. Take from Pinheiro. What can Kenya do from deep? Is there to be a little bit of running here? It's a relatively static switch in the end. Wainaina. Really good take from Rocarieth. Ibanez.
Time off. We have a head injury.
Game just paused after.
It'll be our swim, yes.
Potential injury.
Good call, thank you.
Looking like a bit of a hit bone to the side of the head for Felix Chacha. So suitable precautions must be taken for any potential brain injury.
Thank you, good call.
Kenya, hosts of the World Rugby Under-20s trophy in 2009. They finished 4th as hosts on that occasion. 2019 they entered, and it was the 6th place finish for them then.
No, this is an injury. Yeah.
Played 9, won 3 and lost 6 in terms of their match record. Concerned dignitaries watch on. Javier Solomon
I will next
has
time.
also come onto
Thank
the field for the Spanish, number 19. Another one who plays his rugby at Valencia.
I got some, thank you.
It will be Alvin Mamburi who has come onto the field. Number 23, you can just see in the middle of the huddle, just walking away. He started on the right wing against Samoa. He's replaced Felix Chacha. Will require a little bit of moving around, no doubt.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Still work pretty well down there, yeah?
Good to see a few people making the effort when they come out to watch the World Rugby Under-20s trophy, isn't it? The glamour being brought to the Neo Stadium by the Kenyan supporters.
Offside.
Yeah, I think they're offside. Off the rocks.
At the rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll work. Thank you. Restart with the scrum to Spain. Yep. It'll be right about where the ball is. All good, Saba? I'm looking. It looks fine to me.
Just a bit of pause in proceedings while we have this injury tended to.
Counting down the minutes.
If you missed out on the games that took place earlier today, well, Samoa, they had a red card, they had 2 yellow cards. One stage they were playing with 12 players, having gone down to uncontested scrums, but they overcame Hong Kong China eventually by the skin of their teeth, 30 points to 27. It means they do have 2 wins on the board now in that earlier Pool B match. Then our second game of the day, 12 o'clock local time. Uruguay against Zimbabwe. 51 points to 14 it finished. Zimbabwe, who went out to an early 14-point lead. But, well, in just under an hour, Uruguay eventually responded with 51 unanswered points to take their second victory, having squeaked past the USA on Saturday in round 1. Scotland had the beating of the USA as well in the match prior to this. 40 points to 13, the result in that one. When we get to our games next week, in that penultimate match day, the last of the pool stages, next Tuesday the 25th of July, to mark your card. First game of the day, 10 o'clock local time, will be the USA against Zimbabwe. 12 o'clock match will be the Kenya under-20s against Hong Kong China under-20s. 2 o'clock match, Spain will be in action against Samoa. A really interesting contest, that one. And Scotland will be one of the favourites, taking on perhaps another one of the favourites in Uruguay.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
That's a 4 o'clock game, that Pool A match. Fourth game of the day on match day 3. Of course, we know France lifted the under-20s championship trophy. These teams in the trophy tournament itself, well, they are looking for that opportunity to get promoted to the championship. Japan finished 12th in this year's under-20s championship, and so they will be relegated. Who will be the team to go up and replace them? Scotland gunning to get back with the big boys. Spanish opting to put a bit of ball through the hands. And the Kenyans are just looking to make sure that the bodies remain fresh and don't tighten up. Such valuable lessons learned from playing at this level. So many of the players in these squads, well, they end up becoming the captain of the first 15 at school, or big team leaders in wherever they are at local school, college and club level. Go from being big fish in smaller pond to suddenly up at international representative level. As we see some of the junior Sables who were playing earlier. And it's a great chance to feel what is that next step up towards full senior men's rugby and international level. Much less time in terms of decision making. Levels of fitness and recovery need to be just that bit sharper, that bit harder. Really good to see the necessary care being taken.
Scrum.
It is a contact sport. There was nothing malicious in that. Players challenging for the ball.
Straight all together, yeah?
He's at a low
Straight all
height
together, thank you.
to try and make the tackle. Felix
Turn back
Chacha.
on.
Player came down, turned the hip bone and just caught it. So we hope nothing too serious for Felix Chacha, but our thanks to the medical team for taking every precaution. So the players have done their best to remain fresh and fit. Clock resumes. Half an hour remaining. Kenya 9 points behind on the board. Perez. Pert. Well, they've sent the left winger absolutely tearing up for this. Is this going to end up being a sensational score? Oh, how are you going to rule on that? I think it was over the dead ball line. It's not a competition with a TMO.
I thought he touched it in goal and made it dead. Ah, yeah, 22, sorry.
Let's have a look.
Thank you, Precious. 22.
It's really good work by the officials. They don't have the
You gotta
benefit
step
of
back.
this replay. If anything, he
be on the
touched
line.
it down on his thigh before he was actually over the dead ball line. It's a
Find the
spot-on
kicker.
call, though. Be a 22-metre dropout. Juma sends it down, taken by his opposite number in Pert. Played it away for Rocarius, and that was really nice, and they used the extra men on the outside, but De La Pita was really hitting that challenge.
Shoulder.
Is it Juma as well, who's been caught out there and has stayed down?
Tackle!
Perez.
Back!
Effectively having to defend with 14 here, Kenya. Looking to try and get low and drive through the inside centre of Daniel Catanzaro.
Tackle! Back up.
Perez.
7, stop!
All over the top. Has the mark been called?
I didn't hear anything. Mark, it's fine. No, he said it, he just didn't show it. I'm that far away, I can't hear you. Thank you, Saba. You're happy with it?
Saba Abulashvili able to offer the support to the referee, but Venus didn't make touch, and here comes Spain, and it's a lovely little dink through from Ricarius, and he has set up beautifully for him. Chases on. In fact, the attempted play back in field is forwards.
Forward.
No matter what Perez thinks might be possible.
Time off. Sub.
And we'll have some changes after all that.
Three green. Sub. 3 green.
Sounds like Mike Alduor is getting his marching orders.
Forward.
We're also seeing Javier Lopez coming on for Pablo Perez.
Shoulder out, straight jab, yeah? Just make sure you're straight. Yeah, time is off. Subs are complete because we're waiting on
Raymond Chacha. And he plays his rugby at the Strathmore Leos. Quite a few players with representation from that club. Strathmore University about 15 minutes away. Leo's mantra is 27, refers to playing 24/7, 365 days a year. The effort required, a reminder of the maximum effort that's required in your training, in your daily endeavours.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Wainaina got it in, but it came straight back on the Spanish side, and Kenya have got to try and react a little sooner than they have managed to so far. And it's there again for Spain. Have they got the opportunity for Pert to put more width on it? Well, he certainly did, but it took the ball a while to get there, and Kenya are defending hard now to try and repel Spain once more. Replacement scrum half Lopez looking to try and keep the tempo high. And there is a penalty advantage now being played to the men in yellow.
Penalty advantage, Spain!
They want more players out to try and threaten and cause problems. Ibanez, the next one to be asked to do that job. Now they've got numbers on the right. If they can use them, it is going to be the try, and it is the finish from De La Pisa. Well worked from Spain. Bo Pert pulling the strings.
Watch the tackles off the ball.
Good decision making as well between 9 and 10. The replacement Lopez selecting the bunches of forwards, getting them round the corner to just pull in a few more defenders. And then Pert able to release the back line, by which time, well, there just simply weren't enough green shirts for man-on-man defending. And Eloy De La Pisa, man with 2 tries against Hong Kong China, is back on the score sheet.
Or I can when we're done the kick.
Confident boot as well, doing all the work to pull the Kenyan defence around, and he finishes it with the conversion as well. Spain now up to 31, Kenya 15.
Watch the foul play. We had a high tackle, 2 tackles off the ball.
Spanish, another
Okay?
team that
Watch
want to
foul.
make sure they are well in the mix. Certainly when it comes to that final day. Spain against Samoa, Scotland, Uruguay. 2 really fascinating encounters next Tuesday.
Inside. Youth. Last foot, stay there.
Decent pressure on the clearance kick. Bo Pert doesn't particularly like his effort.
If we're not in, we're back.
Kenya need to
Back
lift
10.
themselves.
Back 10.
Jeremy Odiambo. Well, that was well off course. And it's going to be picked up by Javier Lopez. Patient
You're
carry
holding
from
him in.
Suarez. A bit more depth for
Front
Pert.
21, stop. Stop, stop.
James Olela. He was hoping not to hear that whistle go, but it certainly did. Loss of control given us the knock on. That's it there. Even if he jumps in front of the ball to make it look like it was backwards, the damage had been done, unfortunately. Mr. Olela.
Stop, don't try to argue. Just stop, okay? You're gonna give him the time.
Result is further good field position for Spain.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Advantage. Pulling down. 9 out.
Pinheiro's tried to play it.
Pulling
Oh,
down.
and then it's just almost overheated a little bit.
10.
Spain aren't going to hang around for the inquest. They're more than happy to keep playing with their tails up, but it's back in from Lopez. Kenya have got to try and keep their discipline here. They're not out of this contest yet, but they could be. If they lose their rag and allow the Spanish to just keep coming at them.
Stay on. Use it.
Low position. Lopez. Little closer ball that time for Catanzaro. Now, more width will it be? Not as far as Antonio Suarez is concerned. Look, it's taken 3 Kenyans to bring him down. That was better from Borja Ibanez. Infield it comes for Alvaro Garcia, already on the score sheet, having come off the bench. Referee wants to ensure the Kenyans are remaining onside defensively. Sacristan this time. Then Pinheiro. Almost immediately to ground. Another pick and go.
Tackle!
Spain haven't quite got the body standing one out that they did before that allowed them to drag in the defenders. Now, this might be more of what will prove effective. Rodrigo Pelaz, and now chance to put it out the back once more. They've repelled Spain a little here. They're still in possession.
Tackle! Back up!
Still keeping it pretty, Route 1. Spanish outfit, Lopez. It's a good steamrolling run from Catanzaro. Now there's quicker ball. Pert, the ball back inside. Oh, that's a beauty for Rocarius. And what about the finish and the hang time? Sensational. 2 tries in each of the games he's played. He loves that inside ball. Lopez, and the gap you could just see is there. The defence only drifting in one direction. He should do the high jump. That could well be the first nail in the Kenyan coffin as far as the result of this match. Chipu have to score next if they're to have any bearing on the result of this match. It's another super conversion. Spain up to 38 now. Kenya on 15. 6 tries to the good.
Work great, guys. Great stuff so far.
8 points to the boot of Bo Pert as well. And that, in fact, may well be his last impact because Marcel Servent looking to make his impact on the game as well. Iago Fernandez also for the double try scorer, Rocaries. Ball doesn't find touch. Kenya need to find a bit of go forward. Sit down Coronado, which gives the fans something to cheer about. It's been a little while as far as the home fans are concerned. Ball played back from Odiambo. Comes through Olela. Little chance to pop through from Juma.
Turnover, first player on it, it's good.
Spain have got it.
Stay on side, green.
Lopez goes digging.
Use it. Inside.
Back for Spencer Davis. The call came in from Victor Odiambo. Gets past his first man once again.
No release. No clear release.
Penalty for Kenya. Replacement just clinging on after making the tackle.
Right here. You already said points.
Pelath was certainly keen to be in the contest for the ball, but well, extraordinarily, the decision here is to go for posts from inside their own half, Kenya. Now I make it that they're trailing by 23 points, so I'm not entirely sure what 3 points at this juncture is meant to achieve, other than to put some points on the board for the first time this second half. But an intriguing decision. Juma needs to back himself with this long-range penalty effort. Certainly got the direction, and it sails through. Well, it is 3 points for Kenya, their first points of the second half.
Go ahead.
Is that psychologically what they need to get them going?
7 and 3.
They close the gap to 20 points.
6 and 1.
Certainly no guarantees of points when you kick to the corner and hope that you can catch and drive for the try, but, well, decision made and points on the board. Let's say no more about it. Spain 38, Kenya 18. And the take
Good timing.
is from Vincent Amondi.
Outside.
Oh, and then the pressure. Spain might be able to capitalise here. It's going to be the potential try. Oh, and it is. Lopez has got over in the corner, off the charge down. Devastation for Kenya. Taken full advantage now. Spain get up to 43. Juma, a hero a moment ago with the long-range penalty. Really quick thinking to at least get in the position to get the ball from Coronado. And then the support on the inside from Lopez. Conversion will go wide. Spain 43, Kenya 18 now. Not a lot of room in that corner either. Oh, it's a good restart.
Have advantage, lost forward. I was happy with that contest. Advantage
Timing was good
over.
enough as far as the referee was concerned. Spain come flying up to try and make the hit. Amondi has done well to avoid it and maintain possession without feeling that urgent need to get a pass away. Wainaina there for Odiambo in a real wrestle with Pelaf. Stepping through the tackle, Stanislas Shikoli. Oh, but it's a penalty to Spain.
Entry.
Kenya coming in at the side. Good to see Shikoli back in the action on the bench after a bout of illness. Scored the first try of the match against Samoa. Looked really good throughout that game. He will have been a little dismayed as to what he's watched from the sidelines, given the last 11 minutes or so to make a contribution. Servent, the Italian replacement.
7 in.
3 conversions against Hong Kong, China. Spain in the Kenyan 22 again. Pelaf. Nice from Servent. Keeping the ball alive. That's nice from the Spanish. Aniel Frank, the replacement, onto the field. Playing it on to Valentino Rizzo. Lopez, the try-scoring scrum half, continues to play. Oh, it's a line the likes of Ricarias enjoys, but that time it was Iago Fernandez. Fernandez, who is actually at Terenure College in Dublin, back on the bench again.
You're on it.
Spencer Davis. Ball kept in field. Servent looking for who the next man will be to take up the cudgels, and Catanzaro will happily volunteer himself again, but then it's lost forward by Pelaf. Minds and bodies tiring then as we enter the last 9 minutes of the match. I think finally Patrick Wainaina's efforts will come to an end as Brian Mwendwa will be given 9 minutes of the match to see out.
Time back on. Let's scrum. Oh, it's a knock on. It's just a scrum. Green scrum. We're good. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big drive from Spain. Davis plays off to the right to Juma. Haven't got much room to work in here. They are going to have to cut back, as Odhiambo recognises. Spanish driving forwards, taking the Kenyans to ground. Oh, little juggle of the ball.
Tackle!
Been maintained though.
Stay onside!
Oh, it was a real whip of a ball away from Muendwa. Didn't give his teammate much chance at all. Saying to him, this is where I want it, this is where I need it. Chuma's been in the wars over the course of this match, that's for sure. Not afraid to put himself in the firing line, the 18-year-old Kenya Harlequin.
It's okay, we got it. We got it. Thanks, guys.
Spain with the line out, looking to execute the catch and drive. It's under the mitt once more of Alvaro Garcia, who got the first try of the second half.
Use it!
Lopez, well, Spain have been given the call to use it. Referee doesn't seem to be keeping up the pressure on the fact that they do need to use it. Call has been given for them to use it, but now they've kept it in, and it does look like they're going to get the try. Ultimately, the ball still going forwards. It will be the score. It will be Garcia to get his second and Spain's 8th. Just an interesting technical thing, though. Obviously, a referee will tell a player to use the ball when there is a sense that the ball has stopped going forwards. What happens after that, if it then goes forward? Referee's discretion, perhaps. Leave that for the referee's committee. I'll pick up the phone after the game, don't you worry. In the meantime, it's a 30-point advantage for Spain. And this, the kick from Servent to bring up 50. Oh, denied by the upright. But it's turning into another statement win for Raul Perez's side.
5 minutes, guys. Hard work, 5 minutes. Stay in.
Looked like a tackle in the air for all the money, and yes.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing. Just went for the man. Just went for the man. I'm happy he landed feet first. Just a penalty. He's just landed on his feet. The other one was a good contest.
Just listening to what the referee made of it. Soroluth with the jump. Not entirely sure Spencer Davis was ever in a position to win it, and that's why it's a penalty.
We're good. Yep.
Dangerous influence on Soroluth, who was knocked in the air.
comme ça va, c'est.
Bryanston school pupil, Spencer Davis.
4 in, 4 in. Thank you, 18.
Spain through Salamot. Then more rangy running from Antonio Suarez, eventually driven back. We've enjoyed his contribution over the course of the 76 minutes. As Lopez not got quite the go forward on that he might have liked, and then it will be taken by Mwendwa. Replacement scrum half popping up. He's rolled the ball back, I think, to try and get it to his teammates, but in the process it's been knocked on.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Use it!
Lopez. Long pass. They've actually got one less man in the backfield at the minute. Did that go forwards? Indeed. Daniel Catanzaro has actually
Forward pass.
left the field injured, but Spain have used up all their replacements, so they are actually now down to 14.
Forward. Once you move it back with your hands, ball is out, scrum is over, yeah? Once you move it back, ball is out. Give him space. I'll take the tunnel and I'll step out. Crouch! Bind!
It's been really well refereed by USA official Cat Roach.
It's out.
Ball is out. A look of attempt at straightening the line from Wamalwa.
Knock-on advantage.
Knocked forwards.
Over.
And what can Spain do with it as Iago Fernandez just tips it on to try and give Coronado a little bit of room. And we'll see the head down attitude from Rodrigo Pelaz.
Back. Thank
And it's
you.
there for Lopez. 90 seconds remain on our clock. As close to the referee as we can get it. Servent just puts it into the open field in the Kenyan 22. Tells them they've got to come from that sort of range again, and they will just make the clearance. Alela getting the sense he might be happy when he hears that final whistle. It's been a really solid performance from this Spain side.
Kenya, okay, good, thank you.
Really good take at the front from Suarez,
Backward.
wasn't it?
That
But now it's been lost.
knock on. And then someone touched in front, so just the knock on first. It's outside, you're taking it back in.
Really is going to draw in
Okay, let's form, please.
plenty of attention, that Spain against Samoa match. 2 o'clock local time, the third match of the day next week. Make sure you join us for another full day of World Rugby Under-20s trophy action. All gets underway, 10 o'clock local time. Down the back line it goes. Boot to ball. Can Spain keep this in through Servent? He's under plenty of pressure and he's going to be met by Victor Odiambo. Released the ball on the floor momentarily, and he's done pretty well there, Servent.
Use it!
Told to use. And that will be that. Quick check with the referee, and Cat Roach does blow the full-time whistle. Spain every bit as good of the 8 tries that they've scored. Kenya only able to get 3 points on the board in that second half after the 2 first half tries. Just couldn't get a real foothold in the game, and the Spanish took every opportunity that was afforded to them. They follow up victory against Hong Kong, China with over 100 points from both games. A real statement from Raul Perez's side. But a 30-point gap is the story of the final match on day 2 of the World Rugby Under-20s trophy. Full-time score, Spain 48, Kenya 18. And we look forward to you rejoining us for coverage on our 3rd day next week.
Coca-Cola.
Knock on by Reds. Offside, number 16. Another advantage. Advantage over. Guys, look. Send them all. Talk with your players. Move! In. Release, Red. You have the ball. Release, Red. You're out. Yeah. Step. Time is off. Can you kick? I know your captain is here, but he's on the line. Can you?
If I kick and we go back, we have to wait for him?
No, we wait. Wait for him. Time is back on. Time back on. Tackle! Release now! Yeah. Tackle! Tackle, guys. Just One minute. behind the kicker. Yep. On the line, please. All the guys on the line, and you can play. Tackle, release, blue. The time is up. Time is up. Step, step, step. Arriba. Dale. I'm not going to remind you one more time. If you want to go that switch, make sure you get your timing right. No, if you come one immediately. Before you throw, you come in, someone needs to go out. Tackler is fine. Yeah, 3. No. Penalty advantage. The penalty advantage. Right. I'm playing penalty advantage against you not rolling away. Playing penalty. No, it's okay. Yes, please. Yeah, just chop on clock, eh? Play.